sin hacer y no hay manera de volver. No hay manera de volver. Quisiera que escucharas, quisiera saber si piensas en mí alguna vez. Las distancias muerden como perro infiel. La distancia es punto final. Y pasa el infinito como una celebridad. Y no hay alfombra roja, anomalías en el mar. Y no hay manera de volver. No hay manera de volver. Caminar para atrás es avanzar. Y avanzar así es retroceder.
It is a real.
One. Where we at? Where we at? Ba, 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 ba. Oh, that's annoying. I see what's happening. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, one last thing. The chat. How we all doing today? Neglecting, forgetting the chat. My apologies. Hope you're all doing well. I know, it's with a heavy heart that we come together today and alongside our fellow liberals mourn the passing of a legend, una leyenda, the best of us, Charlie Kirk. What's his middle name? I want to be respectful today. What is his middle name? A figure like that, an individual of such magnitude, we have to really be humbled and not just respectful, but it's not just respect. It's about admiration. That's what we need to have as good, quote unquote, leftists. We need to have humility. We need to have respect. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but the way white people have been demonstrating once again that they cannot and should not be trusted. I don't know how we ever work alongside these people. It is embarrassing to say the least. It is suspicious. I will say that I do think this is suspicious behavior. I believe that initially this channel was like, hey, let's acknowledge and combat liberal Zionism, right? That was like the big objective of this channel. Let's combat liberal Zionism. Let's help expose it. And, in an honest kind of way, understand that a lot of people didn't know what Zionism was to begin with and were normalizing, accepting, glorifying, upholding liberal Zionism as countering to Zionism when it's not. It absolutely isn't. It's the way that the Zionists believe they will be able to maintain and survive the Zionist project at its foundation. So we combat that here. But the second objective of this channel has been to help people recognize that liberals should be seen as our enemies of the working class, enemies of the marginalized community, enemies of the colonized. That's what, another focus of this project channel, whatever it is, has to be, because they have led us to the rabid, open, fascistic, Republican Donald Trump administration that we're in. Whether you want to focus on the Pied Piper strategy with Hillary Clinton, whether you want to focus on, this is all recent shit. Joe Biden, knowing that Kamala Harris was going to lose and endorsing her as a last middle finger to the Democratic Party. We know this, and we keep going back and back, and we see how the Democratic Party moves further to the right, normalizes atrocities. I mean, the fact is that the Democratic Party has normalized genocide, and you have, these talking heads like Sam Cedar, like Hassan Piker. You have smaller ones like Emma Vigeland and the Vanguard, normalizing genocide, normalizing genocide, normalizing genocide. Do not let them muddy the waters. Do not let them, hide and run from that fact that they normalize genocide. That should be their legacy for now and forever. So it comes to no surprise that liberals, especially these political commentators, don't actually mean what they say. They don't actually mean what they say. When they call these individuals fascists, they don't truly believe it. They're just scoring internet points. Because if they did, then you understand that there is no out debating fascism. You do not vote fascism out, right? We saw Hassan Piker talking about Zionists. He was willing to go into business with a whole family of them, the Kleins. And then turns around and says, oh, they shouldn't even be dog catchers. Oh, Zionists should be seen just like neo-Nazis. Dope, I agree. I agree. So why'd you go into business with them? Why are you mourning one of the leading Christian white nationalist propagandists? Make that shit make sense. Now, I've said this before. I just tell people to listen to Destiny before it came out that he was a sexual consent violator, before it came out that he is messaging minors and sharing explicit content, making him a pedophile. Before all that, I would say, hey, go check out Destiny in order to understand where liberals are coming from and what arguments they're making, and to best combat them if you're going to engage in that type of, I don't know, like propaganda warfare, right? Cool. Do that. And then all that came out about him, and I didn't feel comfortable. And I said, hey, go check out Hutch. He's like Destiny Light. He's not as quick. He's not as intelligent. He's not as entertaining. All these things, I'm gonna be honest with. But yesterday I did decide to, check out his stream just to see, like, okay, how is he responding to this? Trash human being, trash person. But he did what annoyed me about Hassan's stream. Hassan was trying to play both sides of, like, hey, gun violence, we need to bring a stop to this and that, denouncing violence against fascists and white nationalists and Christian nationalists, denouncing all that, and also kind of talking about how nervous he is that he's got to go out now. Mind you, he's never really organizing. He's not out in the streets. Nobody's seen him. Nobody in LA has seen him on foot in person when it's not financially benefiting him or his image. Keep that in mind. So I don't know what he's worried about. He's fine in his multi-million-dollar home. So Destiny, the creep, the pedophile, was at least honest. He was solely covering that because he was like, hey, this might affect me. They might want to even the score. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about this because you could get security, but 200 yards is 200 yards, yada, yada. And that is what all these white political commentators are concerned about. They're concerned about their well-being, their safety, their ability to tour and make money. That is their primary concern. That somebody from the right will want to even out the score. Now, keep in mind, we still don't know who the shooter is. Yesterday, we were laughing about white on white crime. White on white crime, it probably still is. It probably still is. More than likely still is. And you know, we have to be honest with ourselves and say, hey, we don't advocate for adventurism. Hey, we want to be organized and prepared, and we don't want to do anything that puts our communities in greater risk and jeopardy, because it always affects Black, Indigenous, and brown communities. And so what's frustrating to me is, just be honest that you're concerned about your ability to safely make money, to safely, make content. Just be honest about it. That's all I ask. Just be honest. And since we don't know who the shooter is, and the last shooter that we had taking out a political target was a right wing reactionary trying to induce the race war that has been going on since the colonizers came to this continent, I'm not willing to say, oh, the left got a win. Oh, the left got a W. Because a W for the left is allowing Hillary Clinton's bestie to make it to the age of 100. Was he like 101? How old was he when he passed away? Oh shit, a Kissinger, yes. That is a victory for the left. That's how toothless and pathetic and unorganized we are. That is a victory celebrated by the left. Keep that shit in mind as we move forward with today's stream. If you're new here and you haven't already done so, subscribe, hit the like, get busy in the chat. We're not here to coddle white feelings. We're not here to give you the same tasteless, unseasoned, not spicy fucking takes and analysis. I'm not going to regurgitate and parrot whatever the fuck Twitter is saying, although today is a heavy Twitter day because there's a lot of hilarious fucking videos out there. I will tell you when I'm not certain. I will tell you when I'm struggling to understand the left position in certain issues. I've been very outspoken and honest about the fact that I have my problems with sex work. I do think that it's a unique thing, and I'm trying to understand how to combat the sex industry while at the same time not vilifying, not stigmatizing sex workers themselves. I'm struggling out here. I'm trying to understand. But at the same time, if you're new here, I am involved in organizing with my union. I am, for better or for worse, about to begin engaging and participating with another political organization that, because of my loud mouth, I will not name. Same thing. I kept the same protocol when I was in the Brown Bears, the East LA Brown Bears. Shout out to them for what they were and standing up against Chicano nationalism, especially in Los Angeles, is not easy. Short-lived, but appreciated. Met a lot of interesting, cool people there for sure. But we don't just sit on our asses over here. We get busy. That's what we're about. The motherfucker made it to 100, and we were celebrating his peaceful, quiet, going into the night. Pathetic. I am still a little bit under the weather, so my apologies for my nasally voice. I have issues speaking to begin with, especially reading. We're going to be doing some reading today for sure. I feel like when we have this many fucking Twitter X links to cover, we need to do some reading to remind ourselves that we're a little bit better than the white online left. Just a little bit. The chat is busy. Hope y'all hit the like. Thank you for being here. Super chats, super stickers are turned on. You know how I get uncomfortable about that, but it is what it is. The guitar's out. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's make fun of Charlie Kirk first. Let's make fun of these fucking liberals, man. Let me get rid of this. They spend how long telling us that these people are white nationalists, that they're white supremacists, that they're fascists, that they're Nazis, just to turn around and collectively get together and start shedding tears. Some quite literally. Obama. We don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie Kirk's family tonight, especially his wife, Erica, and their 2 young children. One can only hope that the 2 young children will avoid, they likely won't, but at the very least, lessen the white Christian nationalist brain rot that Charlie Kirk was going to infest in them. Charlie Kirk said that, hey, we'll cover it, we'll watch the video. If my daughters were to be violated, I would force them to carry out the term of the child and bear the child of their assaulter. That is who Charlie Kirk was as a father. So maybe if these children cannot avoid being white nationalists as they get older, maybe at the very least they'll avoid having to deal with Charlie's disgusting parenting style, to say the least. Let me see over here. The Twitch chat, I see you. Doggy, awesome. Unfortunately, I am the white online left. You know, we all have our cross to bear. We cannot, not most of us, the global majority, are fortunate enough to have some form of beautiful melanated skin, whether that is black or brown, what have you. So it's not your fault, doggy awesome. And you're reading about materialism. Oh, we got a smarty pants, huh? We got a smarty pants in the Twitch chat, y'all. YouTube chat. This person thinks they're better than you because they read about materialism. No, reading theory is a beautiful thing. It is not easy. I hope that you have individuals, perhaps even comrades, that will help you along, because man, it gets heavy real quick. Sister Ashley Knuckles, my apologies to the rest of the chat. Too much going on, so I'm not gonna go back. If I miss something, fill me in. Did you see Do Dissidents beefing with Matt Taibbi? No, I did not. I stopped even checking in on Do Dissidents quite a while ago, only because the Vanguard is already unbearable. And I do think that Do Dissidents, in some aspects, is to the left of the Vanguard, especially when it comes to Zionism. But that's because I believe they're two Jewish individuals. So I do think that they feel a certain burden to combat Zionism. But then they're like transphobes, whereas the Vanguard pretends not to be, while cozying up to Adam and Sitch, who are abhorrent transphobes. And initially, the Vanguard said that they were good guys. They're not transphobic at all. And again, I could hear my nasally voice, so my apologies, but we're here. It's not as bad as it's been in the past, so I had no excuse not to jump on here. Appreciate y'all. I will say this though. What the fuck is going on with the prices of NyQuil and DayQuil? What the fuck is going on with that? And I always run out of NyQuil before DayQuil. I'm not gonna lie. So I didn't take any NyQuil last night. I was like, nah, fuck that. I have just enough for like maybe 1 or 2. So I'm like, I'd rather wait for when the night before I had to come back to work. But those prices are fucking abhorrent. I don't know if it's, people who are using NyQuil, to enjoy themselves a little bit too much, that's causing that rise of prices. But holy fucking shit. I was like, all right, it's cool. I'll hang out in the bath and make it into a steam room just so I could breathe a little bit better at night. That was a trip. Who else do we got? Who else do we got? Oh, okay. This, I don't know if y'all been seeing this conspiracy theory over here booming. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. But it is funny, and these guys do look hella twitchy. My assumption is, I don't know, the ear thing was kind of wild. My assumption is that they're just fucking periqueando. Periqueando. You know, nasal issues as well, if you know what I mean. So I thought they were just like twitching out. I thought they were just having adverse effects to some good shit. But yeah, the hat movement, the side eye, the little arm thing, they could be signaling like, hey, here's the wind. Here's we got a clear shot. The only reason I say this is this guy's already kind of weird. But then he looks over, sees him, and then steps up and does his thing. Could all be coincidence. It could all be, yeah, they geeked the fuck up. They're on the roids. They're on all that shit. They're not sleeping. But this shit made me laugh, and I want to see more of this. I really do. I want to see more conspiracy theories. I want to see the right just lose their shit and focus on the deep state. But the thing is, I don't think that Charlie Kirk did anything to earn the right to be a sacrificial lamb to the Illuminati, you know, to the Zog Empire. But I always tell people, remember, this is quite literally, this is the Thunderbolt, by the way. This is a Thunderbolt, an American Thunderbolt. What do American comeback tour? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, here we go. I want to see the banner though. This is what people are crying over. Oh shit! Did y'all see that one? I want to see that one. Yeesh! Come on! I want the image. Come on now. Come the fuck on. This is who white rat libs are crying over. This is it. And understand that their allegiance is first and foremost to their whiteness. It is to their whiteness. You have to understand that. We have to get comfortable with that. I know we all have our favorite white persons. They're different. They're unique. They understand. They get our struggle. They're willing to be in the front line. Sure. You got one. You got lucky and you found one of the good ones. Congratulations. But look at the online white left, and they're all crying for Charlie Kirk. Quite literally, I'm not exaggerating, quite literally crying and being sympathetic towards him. And trying to be slick and saying, yeah, I feel bad for him, but you know, this is why we need gun control. Mind you, the people that always get affected the most when it comes to gun control, and I'm telling you this from fucking California, are black and brown people. Are black and brown people. When the Black Panthers were out there protecting their communities, making sure that the police, I mean, sure in Oakland, but when we talk about LAPD, one of the most diverse police in the nation and one of the most brutal. When they were going around and checking these pigs to make sure they stayed in line, that's when, you know, Reagan, when they went to the Capitol, that's when Reagan was like, nope, we cannot have black people with guns. And there it was. So understand when these dumb fuck white people, so-called leftists, call for gun control, what they're saying is that they want to make you more vulnerable. They want to make you more vulnerable. Whatever gun control they push will not stop school shootings. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, because it's a settler colonial project and it's rooted in this cannibalistic, suicidal death cult. That's what it is. They are willing to sacrifice, and we see this with the Zionist entity. They're willing to sacrifice their own people, the Hannibal Directive. They're willing to see their own people slaughtered, if they're not doing it themselves, in order to maintain white supremacy. Dog, you awesome on the Twitch chat. I mean, it would make sense to be an inside job, I'm assuming, because it's a great distraction from actual political violence. I mean, yeah, look, at the end of the day, you know, I like to joke around. I think it's funny. I think it's playful. I think more often than not, random fucking shit happens. Now, this one is extra suspicious because it was so far, it was so accurate. They didn't catch the shooter. With the surveillance state that we have, especially on campuses, is super suspicious. I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna give you that one. However, for what purpose? They were already doing everything they wanted to do. There is no pushback on the Zionist entity. The Supreme Court just came out and said, yes, you can racially profile people and kidnap them. So what did they need to sacrifice Charlie Kirk for? You know what I mean? Some Illuminati stuff. I cannot wait to listen to Crime Thoughts. Crime Thoughts is where I'm gonna go to after this stream. If you know, you know. I always joke around and I'm honest about it. Like any good brown leftist, you know, we tap in with black people and see what they're saying. That's what it is. I'm honest and I'm upfront about it. But I actually fucking do it. Shout out to David Barnes. He sent me this clip of Emma Vigeland, who didn't know that Nipsey had passed away. A real fucking loss. A real fucking loss. Okay, but I had not seen this photo. This is definitely going to be part of. I'll just get it later. The thumbnail for this one. I totally forgot I had that signal thing. We're giving each other a signal. Oh, isn't this so adorable? Look at this. Aww. Oh, he's spewing white nationalist talking points. Aww. Oh, he's trying to destroy black and brown families. Aww. Isn't that just the best? This is why they want you to cry and feel sorry for him. Fuck out of here with that shit. There was this funny, let's see, Megyn Kelly, I believe it was. A little bit of pushback that they got because, do I have my phone? Maybe I could pull it up here. Who was I talking to about this? Shout out to all the people that hit me up. Asking me about this. It's funny because yesterday was like a weird kind of busy day. I was under the weather. I had a dentist appointment. Oh, they pushed it back earlier, so I was like kind of rushing around. And what made me laugh was people that are not political that I know were hitting me up, asking me like, "Hey, who is this guy? What's going on?" And I mean, at this point, they should fucking know what type of reaction I'm gonna have. So it's on them. But a couple did not text back. But I'm glad that they hit me up to begin with. That was cool. You know, I'm around individuals who are actually like apolitical. And when you're apolitical in this fucking hellhole, it means that you lean right. Like you're at the very best center right. If you're not engaged in politics, right? At the very best, this is how school conditions you. But I don't know if y'all seen this. I forget how old this was though. Let's see. Let's hear it. I actually want to hear it though. Where's the audio?
Suspect like Ted Cruz uses the Bible to justify aid to Israel, doesn't even know the verse. Do you guys think that's like not the best way to approach this? Raise your hand. Okay.
I think Ted Cruz used Genesis 12:3. I think a lot of people see that as off-putting when you look at the New Testament.
Why?
Because I think a lot of people, they look especially at the writings of Paul where he talks about how the new flesh is not the same as the people in the Old Covenant. The new flesh is everybody, is everyone's included.
Talking about Romans 9.
Yes, 9:6, yeah.
Are you Catholic?
Converting Catholic from
Yeah,
Judaism.
I can tell.
This is my next
Oh,
slide.
from Judaism?
Yes.
Oh, wow. So you're you're ethnically Jewish.
Ethnically Jewish, yes.
And you have concerns about AIPAC.
Yes, I do.
I'm told that by some people that if I criticize AIPAC, I'm anti-Semitic.
I think it's ridiculous, yeah. I feel like it's great to have a concern for your country.
Do you think...
I mean, look, it is wild to me that anybody would ever convert to Catholicism. I grew up, quote unquote, Catholic, Mexican Catholic, which means like we showed up to church, to misa, every once in a blue moon. You know what I mean? So I just don't understand how anybody could look at what the Catholic Church has done and been like, yeah, that's my team. That's my team right there. What they're currently still doing. That's my team. That's who I'm going to align with. It just tells me a lot of negative things about you. It is super suspicious. It is super suspicious. I ran out of breath there. Struggling breathing, and I hate that heavy breathing that I picked up a lot of people do. I can't stand it. So I got a little cafecito in here. Hopefully this is going to help. But it's too cold. It's quite literally cold brew. I don't play around with. No. Yeah, the Inquisitions alone. Nobody expects the Inquisitions. Oh, but yeah, giving somebody, first of all, saying you're ethnically Jewish is fucking hilarious, dude. I just see a bunch of white people on here. But man, this is just, you never have to exaggerate his features, but this is something to behold. This is some Neanderthal shit right here, man. I don't know. We don't know who the shooter is. He might have been a heavy eugenics guy. He might have measured Charlie Kirk's skull and determined that he was gonna corrupt the white genes of the nations. Jesus.
That AIPAC represents, again, I'm not saying I believe this, but I think this is what you're saying, that it represents a kind of cutting in line of prioritization away from the American people.
Yes.
Would you guys say that's a fair summary?
100%.
Meaning that, like, okay, we vote, we're citizens, but a separate group gets higher priority because of whatever reasons.
So I've seen like people speculate, when was this published? 17 hours ago, but I don't know when the original video was done. Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming this is some anti-Semitic ass page. They have a Thunderbolt and they're promoting this like Christian bullshit. So almost inherently anti-Semitic. But I've seen people say like, oh, or the other one with what's this fool's name? He's Jewish also. There's one more. Shoot, who's that libertarian Jewish guy? Dave something. Dave Smith? Is that who it was? I think so. Dave Smith, Charlie Kirk, Israel. Let's see if there's a video of this.
They wanted to overthrow Saddam Hussein. They never said it was because he had nuclear weapons. They said he was a problem for Israel in the region. And by the way, when they talked about wanting to overthrow Iran, it was the same thing. Never had nothing to do with a nuclear threat. That's just the thing they use now as the excuse.
So recently, Dave Smith did a debate with Josh
Israel's doing to Gaza right now. I would just, like, my advice to you guys is just know that you never have a leg to stand on claiming to be pro-life for the rest of your life. Just saying that. If you, so it's okay to support policies.
Let's not boo our speaker,
It's
Dave.
okay to support a
Make your
policy.
So keep in mind, Dave Smith is a liberal Zionist. He doesn't believe in decolonization. He doesn't believe in a free liberated Palestine from the river to the sea. But more often than not, he's correct on this subject. He's a libertarian, so he's a weirdo. He's a creep. Keep that in mind. And again, my apologies for eating. I just took some medicine and it made me extra hungry. I don't like doing it on stream. I'm not going to give you all the satisfaction of that ASMR. Bear with me, and I appreciate y'all. So people were pointing at this. Oh, maybe, because he was platforming, these critical voices against the Zionist entity's genocide of Palestinians. Maybe this is why he became, the sacrificial lamb. And that is a very Jewish phrase, if you don't know. I hate fucking Facebook. So every time Let me get this right. Every time I fucking move it, it'll mute. And even when I play it, great.
Oh, so it's okay to support a policy.
Let's not boo our speaker,
It's
Dave.
okay to support a
Make your
policy
message.
that is killing babies. All of a sudden, killing babies is negotiable. All right, fine. I'm just
For Hamas.
reading the room.
So, Dave, why don't
No,
you...
I'm not talking about
hold on,
for
hold on,
Hamas.
hold on.
Human
Back
shields,
up,
dude.
back,
Human shields.
hold on, back up. Dave, why
I
don't...
just let you go
Dave,
on this whole long
I know,
thing.
I'm going to
and
actually help you out
yeah.
here, Dave, okay? What I'm doing is I want you to tell the audience what's going on in Gaza, because some people in the audience don't know what's going on. So
Well-
don't assume they know, and let's not get back...
Oh,
They
okay. Well, I
fucking
did
know.
assume that most people know that lots of babies are being killed in
hold on.
Gaza, but maybe I shouldn't have assumed that.
Don't be sarcastic about it, Dave. Instead, I mean this. Because
No, I meant that
not
literally.
everyone
I
has an
did assume
information
that.
loop where they're on social media all the time, okay? So walk through numbers, walk through what animates you to say something like that.
Well, okay. Well, let me respond to a few of the things that Josh claimed. I mean, if you want to go, there was just a major report a couple weeks ago in Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, where they had a bunch of IDF soldiers. They actually had one who went on record who was saying that they were ordered to shoot at crowds of people who were going into
All right, blood
desperately.
libel, left-wing filth, by the way.
Josh, I let you talk. Let's please let Dave make his case.
Well, is the IDF
Blood liable, blood liable, blood liable. I mean, if there isn't, there should already be a heavy metal band called Blood Liable. What are we waiting for? What are we doing?
went on the record also, Phil?
Probably.
Okay. All right. There you go. So if there, see, you're whatever. That's when you'll criticize the IDF. Netanyahu thought he had this brilliant idea, which is that he would prop up Hamas and keep them in power. His exact quote was, "We can control the height of the flame." So he was like, we'll keep these terrorists in power, and that way we can tell the entire international community that, look, we have no partner for peace. We have no one to deal with here. And that way we never have to negotiate with the Palestinians. This was the game that he played, and it blew up in his face and really blew up in the Israeli people's face on October 7th. And I've never downplayed October 7th. I know, but I'm just making the point that I never have.
Thank you for
It was
that,
a
'cause what
horrific-
happened there is
horrific
totally-
day. It does-
You see what I'm saying? Dave Smith is still a liberal Zionist, regardless of how much he wants to thump his chest. Right? And the fact is, you hear this a lot from compradors, these fucking opportunists. Oh, well, actually, Hamas, is a puppet of Benjamin Netanyahu. No, Benjamin Netanyahu tried to control Hamas, tried to use him as, control the opposition. And Hamas is like, you want to give us fucking money? You want to aid us in destroying you? Fucking go right ahead, but we're not fucking sellouts. We're not the PA, right? We're not the Palestinian Authority. So whenever you hear that narrative, understand that it's meant to smear the Palestinian resistance forces and to align them with the Zionists. If the motherfucker that you're trying to dethrone is aiding you, and you're already outmatched in so many ways, why the fuck would you reject that aid? No, you accept the aid and you make them, regret ever aiding you to begin with. What it really is that they're too arrogant. Why would you not allow your enemy to make a fucking mistake? Why would you prevent your enemy from making a mistake? I have not read The Art of War, but I'm pretty sure some shit like that's in there.
downplay any of that. And in fact, I've criticized many other critics of Israel who have downplayed that. It was a horrible day. Awful, atrocious acts were committed by Hamas terrorists. But at the same time, Benjamin Netanyahu was propping those guys up. In fact, according to the Israeli former defense secretary, he sent the head of the Mossad to Qatar to, quote, beg them to continue shipping the money in. Meanwhile, they had a blockade around Gaza. They wouldn't let sugar, they wouldn't let potatoes in because they claim that's dual use. That could be used to build rockets. So the kids can't get, food. Yet hundreds of millions of dollars in cash directly to Hamas. I guess money doesn't have a dual use. So, the whole mission of this, what you can't even really call a war, because it's not a war, it's the destruction of a captive people. Gaza's been occupied since 1967 by the Israelis. And they're now just slaughtering the people there that's a fact. And it's under the supposed goal that they want to eliminate Hamas and they want to retrieve the hostages. And yet, Hamas is not being eliminated.
Hamas uses human shields.
Yeah, they certainly have. I'm not denying that. But at the same time, it's kind of, if
I don't understand why And this starts from the beginning of the stream. Unless you don't understand what liberal Zionism is, unless you don't recognize that those who are simply critical of the Zionist entity but don't advocate for its decolonization, like Dave Smith, like Norm Finkelstein, then you would assume that the Zionist entity would be upset or angry that Charlie Kirk has platformed Dave Smith, when in reality, factions of the Zionist entity may be upset or annoyed, but they understand that Dave Smith is not questioning the right for the Zionist entity to exist, much like Emma Vigeland. I mean, these individuals could claim to be on separate political, positions, but at the end of the day, they're white and they support the continued existence of the settler colonial project on Palestine. Just keep that in mind. So no, I don't think that Charlie Kirk was a victim of Mossad. He's a little bit more of this.
Supporters of Israel and
Yes.
have
Let's go back a little
defended Israel since the beginning of this conflict
Yeah, what's going on here?
and spoken out
I don't know why that's being annoying like that. Let's see. There we go.
you and I are both supporters of Israel and
Yes.
have defended Israel since the beginning of this conflict and spoken out about the anti-Semitism that has erupted on these college campuses many times.
Erupted.
And something's happening, though, with this whole debate that is really bothering me. And I wonder if you're feeling it too. So I mean, I genuinely believe you'd be hard pressed to find somebody in the public eye who's been as outspoken a defender of not every move Israel's taken in the war, but of Israel's right to defend itself and of the just backward awfulness that we've been seeing on college campuses and the backlash against American Jews than yours truly. I mean, I have been at the pointy end of the spear on this, and
I completely agree with that.
Megan Kelly, a fan of Tip of the Spear. No, like, in all seriousness, it's hilarious that they had to do like this preamble first. I'm the greatest, I'm the best, I'm the most Zionist supporter you could ever imagine. I am the greatest Zionist supporter. This is what they had to do at the start. It's so fucking pathetic.
and it was all heartfelt, and it remains heartfelt.
Yes.
However,
Yes.
my contention here is that some in the pro-Israel camp are so knee-jerk about calling you anti-Semitic or getting deeply offended if you say anything that doesn't align with their narrative, that it undermines their own cause. And I have to tell you, I find it very irritating because I do feel like some of us have earned the right to have some credibility on the subject of Israel and don't want to be called those names when we have some mild pushback on some of the overreaches, whether it's, whether they're winning or losing the propaganda war right now. And my contention is they've begun to lose it. And I realize it's propaganda coming at us from Hamas, but their numbers have turned here in America. They've turned, not so much with Republicans, a little bit with Republicans, but completely with the Democrat Party and with independents. They have shifted mightily from at least double digits highs to single digit lows now with when it comes to approval. And also with respect to, you and I speculated about this at the Turning Point event, whether the possibility of Jeffrey Epstein possibly being a Mossad agent or asset.
That's the other thing too. Like, the conspiracy theory makes no fucking sense because Charlie Kirk is one of these guys, just like Patel, the head of the FBI, who were pushing and saying, "Hey, release the Epstein files, this and that," and then Trump was like, "Nah, my name's on there. We're not going to do that." And then they're like, forget about the Epstein files. Just forget about it. What Epstein files? They start doing that dumb shit, and it's like, if they're willing to bend the knee, if they're willing to bend over backwards, if they're willing to spit in the face of their audience and say, "Hey, everything I've been spewing about the Epstein files for the last few years, forget about it. We're moving forward. We're not going to talk about it anymore." If they're willing to do that, what makes you think they're not willing to stay aligned with the Zionist entity? What makes you think they would ever actually grow a fucking conscience and push back on the Zionist entity and the genocide of Palestinians? No fucking shot. No fucking shot. Get fucking real with this. There's no fucking way. This is only a month ago.
Or affiliated with, that's been turned around on me too, to you must be anti-Semitic. What the hell? That's such bullshit.
I-
The same people who say
Yes.
you can criticize Israel, that's fine. We won't call you anti-Semitic if you criticize Israel. Now turn around immediately and say you're anti-Semitic for even raising that. I completely reject that. And I raise this as a pushback against my friends on that particular strain of the aisle to watch it, because you don't want to alienate people who are openly your friends by going nuts in your crackdowns on mild
Nuts is the
pushback
right
on
word.
anything related to Israel. Now you take it.
I'm so glad you brought this up, and I would second that, Megan. I think I have a bulletproof resume showing my defense of Israel.
No fucking shot. Motherfucker said I have a bulletproof hole. No, you fucking don't. No, you fucking don't. Holy shit. I mean, this guy's just, the irony is nonstop, man. 258, let's go back to 55. No, let's do look.
Glad you brought this up, and I would second that, Megan. I think I have a bulletproof resume showing my defense of Israel, both on campus.
Homie, you should have had your resume like a fucking handkerchief around, like a scarf around your neck. You should have had that resume just cozy the fuck up like you were a turtle, dog. Holy fucking shit. I don't know, man. I would have been carrying around that fucking resume with me. Holy. Bulletproof. Nah, motherfucker. Nope. Turns out that was a lie. Can you believe it? Heartbreaking, heartbreaking. Tragic, if you will. Beautiful. Beautiful. Man, that is too good.
Second that, Megan. I think I have a bulletproof resume showing my defense of Israel, both on campus, on social media,
On campus.
to great, let's just say mockery and scorn at times, because I believe it, right? I believe in the scriptural land rights given to Israel. I believe in fulfillment of prophecy. And again, I'm not a theologian, but I'm a Christian. My life was changed in Israel. The spiritual energy is so amazing there. I want them to win. I've said that repeatedly.
Same.
And however, Megan, you're hitting on something very potent and important. Now, let me first say, I don't want to judge an entire group, because there's been many people in the pro-Israel world that have been very sweet, very kind, very nuanced, very Charlie. You're with us. You don't have to agree all the time. However, and I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical.
Bro, they spit on Christians. They spit on Christians. One of the things that I was going to start doing, and I always call it the Zionist entity, right? Always Zionist entity. Because Palestinians are like, hey, don't call it Israel. It's a Zionist entity. All right, cool, for sure. But the one thing, and I agree, I think the logic makes sense. They use the phrase Israel, and I've talked to people like this, like, oh no, that's the Israel of the Bible, this and that. And it's like, it just makes it easier to be like, no, it's a Zionist entity. But I'm at a point where I want to, and I'm gonna have conversations about this. I want to start calling it the Jewish Zionist entity, right? Because we make the distinctions of these individuals, Christian Zionists. Why not make the distinctions of Jewish Zionists? But people get uncomfortable about using the word Jewish next to the Zionists. But I also don't want to downplay and say like act like there's a majority of Jewish people who aren't Zionists when every major Jewish institution is Zionist, and even groups like Jewish Voices for Peace are liberal Zionists at best. So you see where the linguistic aspect of this is very important. But in conversations I need to have about it. But I do think that we need to emphasize, and I used to say this, I'm like, Zionism weaponizes and bastardizes Judaism. But we're at a point, if every major Jewish institution is Zionist, and the majority of, Jewish people are Zionists, it's not on us that the Jewish, establishment, the faith, the temples, what have you, are all in support of Zionism. I mean, and I agree, Caesar, I agree. Because as soon as you say Jewish instead of Israel, it's anti-Semitic or some shit. Yeah, or even Zionist is now, oh, it's just a dog whistle for Jews. If you're gonna call me anti-Semitic, which Emil Vigeland, who believes that Israel has a right to exist because it does exist, called me anti-Semitic. Credit to her boss, Sam Cedar, for calling her out on that. If you're gonna call me anti-Semitic anyways, let's might as well be honest about the relationship of Judaism and Zionism. Beyond just Zionists weaponizing Judaism. Beyond that. Because are we going to say that Zionists are weaponizing Christianity? Or are we going to start playing that fucking game too? We call them Christian Zionists because we're making a distinction. So either we accept that essentially all Jews are Zionists and just call it Zionism, or we make the distinction that there might be, that there are some non-Zionist Jewish people. So if I want to make that distinction, if I want to highlight the fact that what I'm speaking about is Jewish Zionism, should we not call it Jewish Zionism? I don't know. I'm asking.
Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, why are you, what am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here. Like, I'm an American citizen.
America.
Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But like some of the mess, and you saw, you've seen how I've been treated, Megan, by some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been
almost
so
as if
unfair. They were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things,
so,
that you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was overrepresented.
No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But
Nah, bro. I just want to repeat for the 50th time. I love Israel. I love Israel. I love everything Israel is. Bro, it's pathetic, and this only contributes to the whole idea that, you know, the tail wags the dog, anti-Kasparian, Zog, and all that bullshit. Again, thank you so much for putting up with me while I'm a little bit under the weather. You know how men get when they get sick. It's just what childbirth is like. Oh my goodness, I can't. Estamos bien chiqueados. I'm not gonna lie. So it contributes to, and this is what Zionism does, it contributes to the idea that the anti-Semitic, conspiracy theories of Jewish people controlling everything. Because here they are like groveling for the Zionist entity, but they're doing it out of self-preservation because it is a bipartisan, U.S. empire project to support the Zionist entity, to have a military base in the so-called Middle East. That is part of the objective. And these motherfuckers understand that, but also financially profit from it. That's a big fucking issue. Yes, thank you, Primate Czar. I'm gonna cover that. It's funny, especially because we talked about So Primate Czar says, did you see DC canceled the Red Hood book after the Comic Gates crowd complained that the writer, a trans lady, was happy that Kirk is gone. Yeah, I was gonna cover that, especially because we talked about the contradictions of like me being a fan of Tom King's DC books, like Mr. Miracle and Supergirl, Women of Tomorrow. It sucks. It sucks. Whoa. Did you see that? Still? No, we're good. Still got it. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Okay. 100% me. Juan Silva. Yeah, okay, buddy. Some people are wild out here on the internet, putting their whole ass name, social security number, and everything out here. Crazy. Do we watch a little bit more of this? This is just sad. It's pathetic. But it contributes to the idea that, everybody's groveling to the Zionist entity. It's like they're doing it for financial reasons. They're doing it for, maintaining good standing in their social circles.
moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions, not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, I mean, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white, and you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megan. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's like my charitable kind of overcompensation spirit. At the
Do you see how they're willing to be charitable and put themselves in the other person's shoes when those shoes are also white and European and colonizers? When they're able to do that, but when it's black people, when it's brown people, nope, no sympathy, no charitability. It's just interesting, isn't it?
the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
Yeah.
So,
and it's offensive. It's offensive to those of us who have been out there defending them in many instances against critics on our own side. And now you have a couple of comments like, well, what about this? Well, has it gone on too long? Like, is it time to wrap it up? And the thing about Epstein is just so bizarre. I don't know who he was an agent for. It might have been Israel or an asset, or it might have been nobody, but we're allowed to speculate about that. It's like there's some rule you can't go there when it comes to Israel.
Well, you and I believe that we're Americans and Americans first, period. End of story. We are citizens of this nation, okay?
That's
and
right.
Israel, we have funded, we have supported, and they're up against a sea of Islamic totalitarianism, and we should be cheering for them, right? Because
Islamic totalitarianism. We want Christian totalitarianism. That's what we want. That is the good kind of totalitarianism. We'll wrap this up right now, y'all. My apologies for making you sit through this, but it is a day of mourning. We, alongside our liberal allies, our liberal comrades, you know, are just paying an homage to Charlie Kirk.
they're up against barbarians and monsters, and we want them to win. However, here is Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk combined, probably 30 million social media followers, like pretty, right? And you and I have been holding this down, and you probably get the negative, oh, you're just shilling for Israel. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do what's right regardless of the feedback, right? But then all of a sudden, like, I host a person that I moderate the debate of, mind you, right? And I give equal time to Josh Hammer, equal time to a pro-Israel advocate, and my moral character is being put into question. And so I think it's a hyper paranoid, like, we're just going to try to, we're going to just stamp out everything type of practice. But it goes to the point where, if, for example, if I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government without backlash than actual Israelis do. And that's really, really weird, isn't it, Megan? That's not so right.
Wrong-headed. I'll tell you this for me. So I got some blowback after saying Mossad possibilities with Epstein, a comment behind which I stand. I mean, and I've of course reported what Alan Dershowitz has said as his lawyer. He says, I think he would have told me. He didn't say he had any of those connections. I hear all that. That doesn't mean it's not true. I think all these.
Bro, of course, Alan Dershowitz would never lie on behalf of the Zionist entity. Get the fuck out of here. That's just fucking hilarious. So it was already brought up. I was gonna bring this up a little bit later, but I'll pull it up now. Let's see, it's right. It should be the first thing now. Do I have it queued up though? Let me double check something. I have a lot of Charlie Kirk shit today, but okay, yes, it's right here. All right, so I had trouble actually finding the original tweet. Gretchen Felker Martin, who is a trans woman, from my understanding, and was going to write the new Red Hood, tweeted this out. Oh, no. This is an older one. This was not it. Excuse me. This is an older one. This is from a while ago. Actually, no, also September 10th. That's funny. Damn, she's brave out here. Where was the other one that I was looking for? Oh, right here. I'll just add it to the give me 1 second. I'll add it here. It lets me. Okay, yeah. Awesome. Let me just re-upload this and it should be there. Yes. All right. So initially this is the main issue. This is hilarious. Kept seeing people tweeting out Red Hood #1 for suicide. Oh, trigger warning, Red Hood #1 for suicide. And for the life of me, I could not figure out why until I remembered. It opens with a bunch of cops shooting themselves. I just don't really consider them people. So already, and yeah, I agree with a lot of people that the new Red Hood did not look that great. I'm trying to limit how much we get into the comics. The background says a lot. You know, I'm with it if we're down to go there. But this is what got her fired. Thoughts and prayers, you Nazi bitch. I mean, this is what I mean, man. Literally, right? Respect to Gretchen Fokker Martin over here. And we see that she has a watermelon. All right. And then follows it up with hope the bullet's okay after touching Charlie Kirk. Whatever else you have written. So DC ended up canceling her Red Hood run after this. Whatever you have written, Gretchen, I will read. I'm going to go back. I'm going to see what you've read. I'm not saying I'm going to purchase it. If I like it, I'll purchase it. DC Comics. Let's see if we have it here. Yes, it's right here. And DC has canceled future issues of Red Hood series. DC has given a statement as to why, quote, at DC, we place the highest value on our creators and community and affirm the right to peaceful individual expression of personal viewpoints. Posts or public comments that can be viewed as promoting hostility or violence are inconsistent with DC standards of conduct. I had this great interaction with somebody on like comic book Twitter, whatever the fuck we're calling it, that was criticizing, we were arguing, not arguing, we were talking about the Red Hood and how he's forever trapped in this image. And even if they try to change him, I mean, I love Huntress and her design, but yeah, Jason Todd is just fucked with the Red Hood label. He'll never outgrow it. And so you're gonna see like badass, corny shit like this. I mean, he's basically stuck in the Deadpool world now. But credit to Gretchen. Now keep in mind, DC
The line is like it helps.
is against what? Against cause for violence? All right.
Line is like it helps writing about getting shot at if you've been shot at, but I think that's kind of BS. I probably just say that. It doesn't help at all.
It does sound cool.
Yeah, no, because if I wrote, it stinks because you can't write realistic. Like Batman's famous thing, Frank, you did this better than anyone, is to when he's interrogating someone, is to dangle them off a building.
Yeah.
And then open his hands up and be like ah,
yeah.
and then they just start confessing. That doesn't actually work. Line.
And everybody's laughing. I'm gonna give them the credit of saying it's a nervous laugh. It's an uncomfortable laugh. I try not to be too fucking jaded with this shit. But more than likely, they know what he means. Tom King, working for the CIA, admitting here, yeah, I've tortured people. It's not as easy as we make it look in the comics. That's what he's saying. That's allowed. That's fine. He could be James Gunn's right-hand man for the new DCU. That's okay. That's fine. And I believe he said other fucking wild shit. Where he was bragging about leading the invasion of Iraq or some shit. Oh, yes. There's another one here. Lobdell's first allegations dropped in 2013 that he admitted to doing, and he worked with DC until 2019. That's why I'm confused. Yes. Did I spell his name right? No, probably not. Lobdell's. I'm sure that's what I meant. New allegations against Scott Lobdell surfaced after Red Hood departure announcement. This is from what year is this? 2020. This morning, writer Scott Lobdell, who has steered the adventurous Red Hood, Jason Todd, since the beginning of DC's New 52 initiative in 2011, announced this morning that he would be leaving Red Hood and the Outlaws, and it sounds like freelance comics writing in general, following the Series 50 issue later this year. I'm stepping away from my only remaining freelance work on Red Hood and the Outlaws, effective immediately. Where are the accusations? The reference to Jason Todd as a tragically flawed and in search of redemption is likely a reference to Lobdell's own past. The writer admitted to having engaged in sexual harassment back in 2013 and was accused again last year of harassment as a high-profile flash-forward series Lobdell wrote was garnering attention. Now, in the wake of Lobdell's announcement, new allegations have been made online accusing the writer of grooming behavior and sexual harassment. Artist Tess Flower was the first to come forward, saying that Lobdell made inappropriate sexual comments to her when she was starting out in comics. And the link is unfortunately dead there. Actually, I could probably pull it up. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Fowler's post led writer Alex DeCampi to come forward saying Lobdell had acted similarly towards her and that she knew of another instance when within the past year of similar behavior from Lobdell towards young female artists. Given Lobdell's well-known history and the recent reckoning the comics industry has been going through with creators like Cameron Stewart, Jason Latour, and Warren Ellis all being named for sexual misconduct, it's unclear if Lobdell's departure from Red Hood was a preemptive move ahead of more allegations coming out against him. The question remains now whether Bob Harris, a DC editor-in-chief who continued to employ Lobdell after harassment allegations were made public 7 years ago, and who was reportedly shielded Notice Zero harasser Eddie Berganza for years, will face any sort of repercussions for those actions. Of course not. A decade-long story has come to an end. Multiple reports indicated that Eddie Berganza's employment at DC has been terminated. BuzzFeed and The Hollywood Reporter have both confirmed in news. Following the statement is also showing up on social media, having been sent to DC talent by Dan Nelson. Okay, so they knew all the way back from 2006, and this finally came out ahead in 2017. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that adorable? You could brag about your torture about real people. You could sexually harass others. Sexually harass women, young women in your industry. But if you mock, if you make fun of, if you celebrate the demise of a transphobe when you're a trans woman yourself, of a white nationalist, of a Christian nationalist, then you're fired. You do not abide by the DC moral police. The fuck out of here with that. Yeah. More Charlie Kirk over here.
It just shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil, but what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000 Black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
That's your explanation, but
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is worse than it has been
that affected
in the last 80 years.
The generational psyche of an entire group of people?
Oh, sure it did. I'm not discounting that. It just shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil, but what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000 black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
That's your explanation, but I guess
Racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is
You don't
worse than
think
it has been
that
in the
affected
last 80 years.
the generational psyche of an entire group of people?
Well, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just
All he does is discount that, by the way. All he does is discount how white supremacy has affected the black community. That's all he does. That's his job. One of his many roles when he's not being a transphobe, a homophobe. That is one of his main jobs. Let's see another one over here.
is in Leviticus 18 is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters. Is in Leviticus 18 is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters.
This is what I hate. I truly hate when people start like quoting scriptures and have this scripture war or whatever. If you watch like the later seasons of Shameless, which that show ran way too long, unfortunately, I always describe it as Malcolm in the Middle, literally on crack. So there you go. But they have this like corny ass scene with a homophobic pastor versus what's that character's name? The redhead. He played the Joker in Gotham. Shoot, he's actually a really legit actor. I like his range. Starts like having a quote, Bible verse quote battle off. And I was like, bro, like this is not how you combat these motherfuckers. Because they could just turn around and say this. Right? Ian, thank you so much, Lazy. But yeah, attacking Miss Rachel, that's the heights of Charlie Kirk right here. Here's a longer one.
What percentage of blacks have a father around when they're raised?
I'm not sure.
20%.
So that's why you
80% of
think it
blacks
is.
do not have a stable father around. It is the most predictable way to end up in prison, end up as a or a criminal.
And why
It's
do
not a
you think that's
racism
a problem?
It's not a white supremacy problem. It's a fact that black fathers impregnate women and they don't stay around with the women
And
that they have
why,
impregnated.
Charlie Kirk, do you think that that happens more in the black community compared to others?
It's threefold. Number one, we subsidize single motherhood. Number two, it's culture. It's accepted in the black community. And it
so
shouldn't
it's
be.
culture. Okay.
Don't take my
I
word
see.
for it. Read Thomas Sowell's own book on how black culture allows single motherhood to continue into a nanny state type practice. 75% of black youth are raised without a father in the home. 75%. Is that a bigger problem or not a bigger problem than whiteness, white privilege, or white supremacy? How
They
can
should
you
all
blame?
be addressed and they're all related.
Okay, how is a white person to blame? Wouldn't it be more like smart to be like, hey, that this is not about systemic racism. Like, stop impregnating your women and abandoning them?
I mean, yeah, shout out to Wasted Bananas. His kids don't have a father now. Crazy. Yeah. Charlie Kirk abandoned his children because of gun violence. And if we look at politics as gang warfare, then Charlie Kirk lost his life due to gang political violence. And he abandoned his children because he refused to give up that lifestyle. You know what I mean? That lifestyle that cost him, the ability to raise his children. Really tragic, You live by the sword, you die by the sword type shit. Culture 88 cannot repeat that one, but I hear you. You are seen. Yeah, Cultistic. Oh, is it cult? Cultistic? Ryan Cultistic. We don't know if that's the shooter or not. Yesterday we were having a good time. We were talking about white on white violence. It probably is. And, unfortunately that older gentleman was not, the real shooter. So until anything's confirmed, I'm not gonna, claim anybody is a real shooter. That was just in the moment. Somebody said my black friend Thomas Hall. Yep. Oh, and this before we let's yeah, okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fucking hilarious. This is actually like probably not even legal to do.
I'd also be remiss if I did not acknowledge why that flag is at half staff. We lost an incredible American today. A dear friend of mine. If you knew him, you love him. His name is Charlie Kirk. Taken by an assassin's bullet. Unfathomable. The only assurance I can take is that I know he is with his Lord and Savior right now. He has heard the words, "Well done, good and faithful servant," as I know many of you will hear. And I didn't quite know what to do after that news with the rest of the day. But I know what felt fitting was to definitely come here and be with all of you. Not media, not anything. Just you don't do this for media. You don't do this for recognition.
They do all this for a fucking Camaro. They do all this for a fucking Camaro.
You do this because you love your countries and your communities in quiet ways that a lot of people don't understand. And so being here with you, with people who give so much, who put their lives at risk, and their families know it, is exactly where I should be and where we should all be. So if you would, bow your head with me and join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation.
Sure, pal. Sure, pal. Easiest fucking prayer, by the way. I still fucking know most of it in Spanish. It's in Spanish, I know. But I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is fucking pathetic. God gained another little angel. Is there like there should be like some type of meme. Let's see. There has to be an image of this. Sorry. Who the fuck? Of course, a fucking Zionist would do this. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's so fucking awesome. You love to see shit like this. Oh man. Has that fucking coward said anything? What's his fucking name? What's his fucking name? Let's see. I'll pull it up because this shit's funny as fuck. Hold on. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just start going over a lot of dumb shit. Actually, this guy got fired for saying this supposedly.
But following up with what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
I mean, go figure, right?
But following up with what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
Did he really get fired over this? Because that's hilarious. Oh, yeah, he did. Analyst Matthew Dowd loses his MSNBC job following his Charlie Kirk commentary. Political analyst Matthew Dodd is out of a job at MSNBC after his on-air comment following the conservative activist Charlie Kirk's killing about hateful words leading to hateful actions. MSNBC said Thursday that Dowd, a paid political analyst, is no longer with the network. Both MSNBC president Rebecca Cutler and Dowd issued public apologies following his commentary, which drew a heated reaction online. Dowd said shortly after the shooting Wednesday, Kirk was a divisive figure who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech aimed at certain groups, and I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which lead to hateful actions, and I think that's the environment we're in. I mean, that's pretty like objectively like that's not even like a oh shit like comment. You know what I mean? That was that's pretty fucking logical there. Where's the lie? Exactly. Where's the fucking lie? I mean, it's very tamed. Cutler posted an online apology for Dowd's commentary, which she called inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise, she said. Dowd, on his Blue Sky account, noted that he was asked a question by anchor Katie Tour about the nation's political environment. Quote, I apologize for my tone and words, Dowd said. Let me be clear. I, in no way, intended my comments to blame Kirk for this attack. Let us all come together and condemn violence of any kind. Dowd, once a political strategist for President George W. Bush. Whoa. That is fucking hilarious. Joined MSNBC in 2022, following a failed campaign for lieutenant governor in Texas as a Democrat. He spent nearly 15 years as an analyst at ABC News. A political strategist for President George W. Bush, and then he ran as a Democrat in Texas and was hired by MSNBC and ABC News. The rightward turn of the Democratic Party, so beautiful to watch. Oh, yes, you're right. Lynn Sachs, you're right. Is there that video though? Let's see. Was it David what? Like Dowd's, some shit like that. What's his name?
An MSNBC host was just fired because he told the truth about Charlie
Matthew.
Kirk. And I have that statement from the man who was fired. I
mean, if people are leaving out the fact that this motherfucker worked for the Bush administration, that's fucking sketchy. See if they have the whole segment here.
Christina Coleman is back live with that. Christina.
That's right, Tracy. We're hearing that this political
and left-wing media outlet MSNBC goes on damage control after one of their political analysts.
Full details of this that we don't know any of the full details of this that we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration or.
Yeah, that part. He said, we don't know the details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting his gun off in celebration. Is the dumbest fucking thing imaginable. Hilarious. Don't get me wrong. It's fucking hilarious that in his mind, he's like, these motherfuckers like, yeehaw, just, like shooting out in the air and accidentally ricocheted and hit Charlie Kirk. Again, a George W. Bush like advisor. What the fuck was he? Like a member of his team? Like, what is going like this? That's who we're fucking celebrating? Like, what is happening here? That's fucking hilarious. Hilarious as fuck. I don't know if you heard my hero, Mom Donnie, talk about this earlier. It's hilarious seeing, these rad libs treat Zohran Mamdani with the same type of like love and appreciation and cult-like devotion that they did with Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez. Every fucking time, it's hilarious.
It is a real honor to be in a room so full of love and solidarity. And I have much of those very feelings and emotions and commitments that I want to share with all of you. But before I begin, I do want to take a moment to address the horrific political assassination that just occurred today in Utah. Charlie Kirk is dead, yet another victim of gun violence in a nation where what should be a rarity has turned into a plague. It cannot be a question of political agreement or alignment that allows us to mourn. It must be the shared notion of humanity that binds us all. And that humanity, it reminds us that this news is not just that of the murder of a prominent political figure, but also the news of a wife who grieves her husband, of a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old who will grow up without a father.
Zohran Mamdani is upset. He is almost tearing up that Charlie Kirk won't be able to raise his daughters to be little fucking Hitlerites. Fucking little Hitler youths. That they won't be able to have their father there to guide them in repopulating the great white race. Like I said this before, and it was a little bit, out of pocket, but it was out of frustration. I said, Zohran Mamdani at this point, start the fucking bleaching process. Start the skin bleaching process, please. It's clear what you are up here. Might as well reflect it. But he's benefiting, right? All these people like Norm Finkelstein that are anti-fucking political identity shit. They have to recognize that the reason why Zohran Mamdani is so popular is because he is an attractive brown man that is progressive. That is one of the major aspects of it. Might as well just be white if your whole fucking PR strategy is to appeal to fucking white Zionists. Might as well just embrace the skin bleaching now, motherfucker.
And the fact that there are families feeling that same anguish right now in Colorado as they wait for their children, also shot at a school, to emerge from surgery.
And to equate the children, innocent fucking children, gunned down in a mass shooting, to Charlie Kirk, a Christian white nationalist who saw those children as a worthy sacrifice for the Second Amendment. Like, to equate those two is fucking disgusting, but Zohran has done that time and time again when it comes to equating the Palestinian people who are colonized to the colonizer, the Jewish Zionist. Please understand that that's what he's doing here. He's equating these two people as innocent victims, these children and Charlie Kirk.
Also shot at a school, to emerge from surgery. It is the same families feeling that same anguish right now in Colorado as they wait for their children, also shot at a school, to emerge from surgery. It is the same anguish that too many across our city and our nation reckon with in silence every day as we contend with an epidemic of suffering. We can and we must do more to challenge a status quo that has allowed this pain to become routine, that has allowed the question of which mass shooting to respond to the news of one that is shared. And it is incumbent upon all of us to repair the tears in our shared civic fabric and to make our nation one that is worthy of its greatest ideals.
To protect white nationalists, one of the greatest ideals. What is this motherfucker's name?
The conservative political activist Charlie.
We'll watch a little bit of Hutch's pathetic fucking allegiance with fascists.
Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley University earlier this afternoon. The 31-year-old was the CEO and the co-founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative organization. CBS News confirmed there had been threats against Kirk. A Utah Valley spokesperson says a suspect is not in custody. A motive is not known at this time. President Trump just posted on Truth Social the following: the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. The statement there from President Trump as Charlie Kirk, we are told now, has died. Scott McFarland, our justice correspondent, with me now from Washington. Scott, when it comes to the investigation, we were told earlier that there was a suspect, and now we're told that person has been let go.
Yeah. Most Dems, liberals, leftists, and progressives I've seen have condemned this. MAGA influencers and at least one Congresswoman, Anna Paulina Luna, is going very hard against Dems. You know, I've seen a lot of like just straight up unequivocal condemnations, but I just know how these things go, and it's really predictable how this plays out, at least on social media in the next few days. It's just going to turn into a cesspool of, you know.
A cesspool, which is Charlie Kirk's entire entity, his being was a cesspool.
September 10th, 2025, 12:20. Opportunists looking to capitalize on, you know, what is a really horrible tragedy. I just don't think we should be paying much attention to the commentary right now. That's my perspective. You know, I'm seeing takes go back and forth about, you know, performative this, and people don't really give a shit about that. And you know, if it's true that his wife and kids were there, like a mother and two kids, you know, watched their father get shot to death
while leading this fucking Christian white nationalist rally. That's what it was. It's a Christian white nationalist rally that he was leading. It's in fucking Utah. The crowd was there to support him. Well, almost everyone in the crowd, right? And he goes, his wife that willingly married a Christian white nationalist who was against her ability, her right to vote, to have an abortion, autonomy over her body, to even, was he one of these guys that also opposed divorce? I wouldn't be surprised. And his children that he was raising to be little fucking Hitlerites. That's who we should feel sorry for? That's a real tragedy? Okay.
Which is just this horrific thing that I think like right now it's okay to just like focus on that and just forget about the political commentary right now. I mean, you guys
forget about the political commentary. Forget that Charlie Kirk is a Christian white nationalist. And won't somebody please think of the children? Fuck out of here.
Has come to listen, like we do political commentary on the channel or whatever, but this is a really fucked up, horrible moment for so many different reasons. I think like one of the best things that we can do right now is not add to that. You know what I mean? They're gonna write about this moment in history books. This is like a historical thing. I don't know. Just seeing it fucked me up. Seeing it really fucked me up. The video itself, the close up of it was just horrific, and I just can't even imagine being a little kid if you fucking God forbid if she witnessed that, if his kids witnessed that happen to him. Democrats could learn in their engagement.
Toughen her up. Hopefully teach the children a lesson that if you spew Christian white nationalist talking points, propaganda, that if you call for the extermination of trans people, there might be consequences. That's a great fucking lesson to learn at a young age. One that Charlie Kirk was never going to teach them. So somebody had to step up to be the father that Charlie Kirk could not be for his children. And now look, he's abandoned them. That's wild. Fucking pathetic, but I did want to laugh at this one here together. Let's see, where is it? All right. I could only find reactionary celebrating this. I couldn't find somebody mocking it, so we got to do that. We got to fucking mock them. Look at this shit.
Charlie Kirk has passed. Just confirmed 2 minutes ago by Trump on Truth Social.
This ain't a game, boy.
Doesn't deserve that, man.
Doesn't deserve that. Wow.
Him and his family, they don't deserve that. Listen. His kids don't fucking deserve that, man.
They deserve to be raised by a Christian white nationalist. They deserve to be taught the 14 words. Their children's children deserve to be raised by Grandpa Papa that is a fucking white supremacist. The way that whites will always prioritizing aligning and defending themselves, protecting themselves. Man, it is wild. Yeah, he's 21. He's a grown-ass fucking man. This is the type of motherfucker that would not want your brown or black ass moving into his fucking neighborhood crying over Charlie Kirk. Just remember that. Just remember that.
His wife and children were in attendance, dude.
They were in the fucking splash zone. Oh, man. They chose front row seats. In fact, they had the VIP section. They should have known that they were in the splash zone. Get the fuck out of here. They were right there next to him in his Christian white nationalist fucking rally, and you want me to cry and feel sorry for them? Fuck out of here.
Imagine, imagine being a 12-year-old, watching your dad fucking die. Nobody.
And I mean nobody.
That. Not even Charlie Kirk.
Not even white nationalists.
Nobody deserves that.
Not Christian nationalists. Fucking pathetic, bro.
I'm sorry that you guys have to see me like this.
Don't apologize, please. Hit the like for Dane Weathers. Tears for Charlie Kirk. Fucking pathetic.
Man.
Oh, I got one. You know, I always get uncomfortable about coming up with goals, but I got a fucking goal. I got a goal. I had to leave it at 10. Okay. We'll be generous. We're gonna do another. And I know I could pull this off. I know I can pull this off. I have it in me, y'all. I'll have it in me. Is this fair? Is this a fair goal? Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me. And this is the first time I do it. I feel a little bit grimy, but I feel like this is 10 super chats or whatever. I don't know how this works. And I will cry live on air in memoriam, in mourning of Charlie Kirk. If y'all want to see it, I'll fucking do it. I think I have it within me and within my soul to cry. Real fucking tears. Better. I guarantee you, it will be better than Dean Withers. It's on. If y'all want to see it, it's on you. This is the only way I feel comfortable adding a fucking goal. I'll get better with it in the future, but I think this is a great first goal to have, all right? It's on y'all if you want to see it. I am a thespian of thespians, y'all. If you believe in anything, believe in my crocodile tears, all right? Y'all tell me if you want to see it. No onions needed, no cheating, all from the heart. It is. You know what? I've never done it before, but I left it at 5. I don't want to fucking cry on stream, fuckers. You have to understand this is putting me in a compromising situation. I don't care if you don't super chat. It's fine. It'll be a great stream without it. But there, I'm gonna have to dangle the carrot. There it is. If you want to see me mourn, tearfully cry, poor Charlie Kirk. Oh shit, here we go. I think this counts. I think I'm gonna thank you, Lion. Thank you, Sincario, for the super chat. You know, we got the ball rolling. We got 2 down, 2 out of 10. There you have it. There you have it. This is fucking hilarious. Is he done? Is he done with this show? Pity party? Is that a little bit more? More now. That way, just a puppet.
You know, I see a handful of people saying, you know, maybe you should take a second in the stream and whatnot.
Yeah, take a second, champ. Take a second, champ. Regroup, regather yourself. Oh, but you have to break into laughter at the end. Chitty Macho with the super chat. Thank you so much. Michael Martinez, the more now is fucking hilarious. I'm gonna look fucking psychotic if I immediately cry. You know what? You are the director today for the scene. I'm simply just an actor, a thespian. I am your paintbrush on this vision. So if you want me to laugh after, I'll immediately break into laughter. Yes. All right. We'll do that, Chitty Macho. Look, we're almost halfway there. So there you go. We're almost halfway there. We have other ones. Skoden, Sound Innovation Design, super chat. Thank you for that. Appreciate the support. Let's see. Getting school. I don't know. Okay, getting blank. While bad. Yes, but bad faithfully debating school shooting is wild. This MFer was being racist and transphobic to the end. I mean, he went out like he wanted to. Julius Caesar with the 5 super chat. Fuck you guys. God damn it. I'll double this if you actually sob too. Appreciate it, Jabari. You're all doubting my skills. Did you not see my reenactment yesterday? Did y'all not see my reenactment yesterday? I think I fucking killed it. I think I did a great job. I think my reenactment was amazing. You know what? The one thing I do regret is I was going to need a bathroom break pretty soon. But you guys are almost close. We're 3 away from hitting the goal. So I'm not going to use the bathroom until we reach it. And then I'll tear up. I might actually, you're Michael Martinez with We Want Boogers. You might get them just because I'm congested right now. You might get them, not gonna lie. Y'all are fucking hilarious. It's almost there. We're almost there. Too fucking funny. All right. Let's see the rest of the fucking liberals tear up over this. We're gonna start with. Let's just go through the history. Fuck it. Y'all can see my history. It's all dumb shit anyways.
I fully acknowledge and admit when you allow gun ownership, you're going to have gun deaths. There is a cost to liberty.
Charlie Kirk got shot.
Liberty. All right. Let's hear what we got to say. What about liberty?
There is a cost to liberty.
Charlie Kirk got shot at a Turning Points USA event today in Utah and died. Let me see.
Lana, you're jumping in now just to contribute to this. Appreciate you, Lana. Thank you so much. Nice to see the mods in the chat. All right.
Say this out the gate. As reprehensible of a person as Charlie Kirk was, and as necessary as it is to point out the irony of him insisting that people's lives was a price he was willing to pay in exchange for unchecked access to guns, only for him to turn around and be one of those unfortunate deaths as a result of his beloved guns and policy choices, Hold
on. Did she at least air quote unfortunate deaths?
Be one of those unfortunate deaths as
all right. Now the question is, does she mean it as in his is unfortunate, or as in that is one of the like unfortunate things that we have to deal with as a society. That is the question, because I would respect her if it was the former, not the latter. But I'm assuming it's the latter.
Unfortunate deaths as a result of his beloved guns and policy choices, I will say that watching that video simply as a human being, watching him get shot and seeing his body tense up in fear, as it heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. Soul shattering, if you will. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I cannot, man. I can't with these fucking people. I can't with these fucking liberals. Yeah, she was quoting him. She wasn't mocking him, right, Lynn Stacks? It's unfortunate. I'm trying to give her like a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of a win. But these fucking liberals just can't help themselves. Sweeter than anything, I already owed you from past streams, and I needed this chat for mental health today. Well, I appreciate it. And y'all don't know me anything. I do this because it's fucking fun. But I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. I should kind of embrace the parasocial shit and be like, you do owe me. This is hard work. I can't do that. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I enjoy this as much as I hope you do. I usually enjoy it more. So I appreciate the super chat there. We're one more from the fucking scene. I do slightly regret it now. But I'll tap in. I'll lock in. Sooner than anything, I'm glad that the chat is helping you out today. We're having a fucking good time while these fucking liberals cry and pretend to give a fuck. Never believe them again when they call them fascists. Never believe them again when they're calling them white supremacists and white nationalists, because it means they have sympathy, and alignment, emotional connection to these white supremacists.
Truly, I cannot help but feel compassion for that man, in spite of my awareness that he would not have that same compassion for me or anybody who looks like me or thought like me if the roles were reversed. Because I want to remind everybody, this is the same man that watched George Floyd be murdered on video and said that George Floyd was a scumbag who deserved it. I thought about what I wanted to say because I don't want to be callous, inflammatory, or take this lightly or make a joke out of it. I think what's really important...
Bro, it made a joke out of itself. He was literally talking about gang violence. Being a fucking racist, and he got. We don't need to make it a joke. It is a fucking joke. Man. B Balvin, I see you. I've been there. I see it. B Balvin's like one of my favorite scenes from Dumb and Dumber when he's like, "Oh, that's an IOU. That's as good as cash, sir." No, but I've been there. It's annoying. It's frustrating.
Important that we understand in this moment is that this is Trump's America. And this kind of political violence is reason for us to worry.
The liberals and this is Trump America. Biden's America was different. Remember, Biden's America committed a fucking genocide, but Olesa wanted you to vote for him. But Trump's America, we lose great people, fathers like Charlie Kirk.
Because what's next? How does the right, this fascist administration, and the white supremacists that support them respond to this? What is the fallout of turning Charlie Kirk into a martyr?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe people getting kidnapped in the streets. Maybe an ongoing genocide. Who the fuck? Maybe shipping people out to different countries. Who knows what they'll do now that they have an excuse? Because when they didn't have an excuse, they were just fiddling their fucking thumbs like Democrats. Who knows? Yes, David Barnes, the majority of the black community, yes, is dancing to this. So, I mean, but there's always some people that want to pearl clutch for white supremacists. She said it herself. These are white supremacists. These are fucking fascists. Now say it with some respect, all right? Look, I don't know what fucking euros. Are we counting euros over here? What is this? The pound? I said 10 hard American dollars. No, you're good. You're good. Okay, with Ole on the screen? Okay. Glasses have to come off or while we're doing it. All right. Y'all got to give me a second. It's been a while since I've done this. I haven't had to cry. May or may not have to stab my pinky over here. Charlie Kirk, who's not only a father, but he was an American. Charlie Kirk represents. Let's zoom in. Zoom in. We're gonna need a little assistance here. Hold on. I got this. Represents what this country's was founded on. Charlie Kirk was just 31 years old. The same age as I currently am, and I haven't done anything for this country that even resembles the greatness that he has contributed to this white nation of ours. I had it. Hold on. I had it. Hold on. Y'all are fucking me up. Hold on. I have this. Olay, give me strength. Give me sympathy, Olay. Give me sympathy. Olay, teach me how to mourn these white fascist nationalists, please, Olay. The pain that this nation is going through right now. The pain that me and Olay share for Charlie Kirk. God damn it, is that not a tear? Is that not a tear? It's barely, it's something. Hold on. I'm telling you, if I did not have to use a bathroom, I would have this locked in, but all the liquids in my body are in my bladder. I'm trying so hard. I got a little bit. Hold on. It's not fair. Why does God take the good ones? How could they take them so young and so innocent? Man. Bro. We are gathered here today not to mourn, but to celebrate. That's right, to celebrate the white God's mightiest soldier, Charlie Kirk. Fuck you guys. That fucking counts. I'm taking the fucking dub. This is how you fucking do it. This is how you cry for white people. This is how you do it. Let it be fucking known. The best fucking actor on the so-called white online left is right here, motherfuckers. You lost to a brown man. What's good? This fucking counts as crying. We're doing it. That's right. You get your money's worth right here. God damn, I'm fucking good. It took me a fucking second, but we got there. We got there, Olay. We did it. We're crying for Charlie Kirk. We're crying for a Klansman. We are mourning the white Christian nationalist man himself. God damn it. You get what you pay for around these parts. And I'm not lying. If I didn't have to use the bathroom, it would have been like this. God damn. Woo! If you haven't already, why the fuck haven't you subscribed? I've been saying this since day one. These motherfuckers are gonna regret not fucking boosting up other fucking brown faces in these places because goddamn, I am your fucking worst nightmare when it comes to fucking coddling white fucking feelings. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. That's how we fucking do it. Fuck all these bastards, bro. Hit the like if you haven't. We're gonna keep the super chats rolling. That is so fucking good. Woo! And I'm sick. What do you want from me? What is she saying? Where are we at? Thank you for hitting the goal, everyone.
and the inevitable propaganda that will be flung at one another, leaving Americans more divided than ever before. In June, Democratic former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were murdered in their Brooklyn home. Senator John Hoffman, also a Democrat, and his wife were injured just 9 miles away in an act of political violence. And I do think it's worthwhile to point out how little media coverage and national attention was paid to those murders versus the spectacle that we're going to see around Charlie Kirk's murder. But the more...
Well, the thing too is, and look, thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. I do appreciate it. Jabari, standing ovation. Jabari, you were doubting me. But also credit to you because I did this, you know, with your girl here, Olay. So could not have done this by myself. Lila, mestizos white in Mexico. I mean... You're not entirely wrong there. The Emmy. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take the Emmy. The Splash Zone, baby. Charlie Kirk. Brought to you by the Splash Zones. Brought to you by Charlie Kirk. Oh, man. Like, I didn't want to celebrate too much my glory. But, you know, yesterday, I mean, this is becoming an art piece here. Yesterday, we did the reenactment. Today, you know, we show y'all that I could cry almost on command. Does she have a Biden doll for real? Are you guys fucking around with me? George with the super chat, thank you so much. I just can't believe so many people are crying over a Klansman in a suit. I'm so put back by all this. Yes. I mean, now you can put me in the thank you for the super chat. Now you can put me on on the list of leftists crying for Charlie Kirk. That is fucking hilarious. We'll start another goal, or we'll just keep it short this time. We'll just do 5, and then that's hilarious. We'll start another goal. Just I need to be able to buy tissues. Can y'all see the name of the goal? I'm just gonna start trolling fucking joke fucking goals moving forward. I can't take this shit seriously. It makes me uncomfortable. First generation problems. It is what it is. I hope y'all know I'm coming from a good place. That's all I can say. The Twitch chat. Dakadoon, I'm saluting my phone right now. Thank you so much. Could not do it without the Twitch chat being so active. But appreciate it. Does she have a Biden doll? She does. What the fuck is wrong with these people, bro? What the fuck is wrong? I try, and believe me, and you know, Jabari over here saying Olay does good work. I try to give these people the benefit of the doubt. I try to be as lenient as possible. I try to remember that I too was once, you know, in this, not exactly in the position they were, because I didn't have a mic. I didn't publicly put my voice out there while advocating for the Democratic Party and the normalization of a genocide of Palestinians. I wasn't doing that. They are. And these individuals, Charlie Kirk included, Olay included, Hassan Piker included, were all, from my understanding, in the same age demographic. And they're normalizing genocide with their platform. Now, Olay does real fucking work. Like, her life is, she does real fucking work. All credit to her. I'll never take that away from her. I'll never, like, dismiss that. I know, you know, there's a whole fucking discourse going on about public defenders. Fuck off with that. Fuck off with that. They're, you know, underpaid, understaffed, overworked, all that shit. And I'm sure some are, you know, we got some bad apples in there, but overall, you know, when you need a public defender, they're fucking there, for better or for worse. So I'm not here to discredit her in that regard. But shit like this is fucking disgusting, bro. It's fucking disgusting. It reminds me of fucking the other pedo, Vosh, when he was wearing like the Joe Biden fucking gear and hat and telling his audience to vote Joe Biden while claiming to be like a anarcho-syndicalist or whatever fucking bullshit. They always like to add like the most obscure shit imaginable, so you can't really pigeonhole them. It's no different than like Revolutionary Blackout Network trying to steal the image of Fred Hampton because he was assassinated so young that there isn't like this, you know, as many sources that you could reference to be like, bro, you guys are contradicting what he was for. That's why they avoid Malcolm X. That's why they avoid Du Bois. That's why they avoid, Angela Davis, even though, she's a little bit of a sellout, all that shit. But I'm talking about the work, the writing. They avoid that shit because they don't actually engage it.
Important thing I want us to focus on is what it says about the state of this.
Hold on. Let me find this. Where is it? What the fuck? That's fucking weird. Remember, this is a pedo community. Keep in mind. No pedo. Where is it? Shoot, there was like an image of Vosh wearing like all this like Joe Biden gear, and Ole just reminded me of Vosh with that Joe Biden. Yeah, we're not gonna find it. Shoot, but that's how you know you're in a sketchy place when you're reminding people of Vosh, the pedo.
This country, our democracy, our safety, our free speech, if people are literally being murdered. These are some scary fucking times, but I cannot say that they're surprising times. This is exactly what I expected of Trump's America.
Fucking spit take. She ended it with the Trump's America bullshit. Man. Come on now. Fascism is back on the menu, boys. Now that Trump got reelected. Yeah, fucking right. There's more. There's other ones. It's fucking hilarious, man. So fucking good. Again, chat, I know we're all fucking struggling. I know we're all working hard. So I want to reemphasize that I really do support all the super chats. I'll try to, come up with silly goals like that again. No lie, I did just purchase some things that I think are going to help with the edited videos. So, all that really helps, and it's going right back into the channel. Super chats go right back into the channel, and the shit that I make from ads of the edited video go to my fucking student loan debt. This is MSNBC's own Francesca Fiorentini.
Reality. He said it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so we can have a Second Amendment. You will never have a society where you have armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That's nonsense. It's drivel, but I think it's worth it. And let's remember, this is the same month that children in an elementary school were killed. Okay, so I believe, or a middle school, young school-age children. We live in a world, in a country where children as young as 4, 5 are doing mass shooter drills because NRA money and big gun money runs through our political system, and specifically through Republicans. So do we need a less armed society? Yeah. But what Republicans, they don't need an excuse. So this is my thing about people who are saying we should live in fear and I hope he wasn't a Democrat or whatever the reason. The right, it doesn't matter. They don't need a reason.
True.
They don't need a reason, right? Political violence is their love language. They love political violence.
I see. This is why I can't fucking stand her, bro. This is why I can't fucking stand her. It's just political violence is her love language. This is another one of these comedians turn fucking political commentators, right? Or they're always trying to fucking sneak in a little fucking joke in there to prove that they're actually funny in real life, and that they didn't just go into politics because their fucking comedic career did not pan out like they wanted to.
So the other thing you're going to hear that I said when Donald Trump was nearly assassinated, and that I'll say again now, is that, you know, we're going to see from every politician, everyone in the walk, what I'm supposed to say now is political violence has no place in American society. Political violence has no place in America. Political violence is here. Political violence is when,
yes,
I mean, state violence is here. Political violence is here.
Mm-hmm.
We all saw January 6th. We all saw Charlottesville. We all know Heather Heyer was murdered
Yep.
by a far-right supporter of Donald Trump. We all know the Tree of Life Synagogue massacre, killing dozens of worshipers, followers of Donald Trump. What about the Tops a grocery store assassination, killing Black Americans?
Yep. I will say this for the chat. Unless you're a woman or femme identifying, let's keep it. Let's chill out with the makeup stuff. If you are, you can say it. If you are, you can say it. Francesca. Look, I talk about pretty privilege a lot. Although Lynn Sachs accused me, egregiously accused me of, you know, what's that white woman's name? Is it Chrissy Nome? Yeah. No. What I will say is a lot of these people are very attractive with or without makeup. That's part of the fucking selling. That's part of the aspect of selling their image, right? Francesca, beautiful. I disagree with her completely, but she is beautiful. If somebody is, I'm not going to comment on it. I will say this for the chat though. The way that we're here to, you know, combat internalized anti-blackness is combat also internalized misogyny. However, if you're actually just talking about makeup, I think that's fucking fair. It took me, you know, as a man, it took me a little bit longer to appreciate makeup as an art form. And this is a really bad comparison, but I will say, like, this is what it took. Not what it took, but this is what I aligned it with. I am not a shoe head. I don't care about shoes, right? I would wear Converse, the same fucking black and white Converse for the longest, and I got too old, and my flat foot started hurting. So then I started wearing Doc Martens. I wear Doc Martens all the fucking time. Same fucking boots, same everywhere. Boom. Not complicated. I never have to think about what I'm going to put on for shoes. I wear Crocs when in my commute and when I play with my dog, and that's about it. I don't think about this shit. But it took me being around actual fucking like sneakerheads to start appreciating as, oh, it's art, like the design and all that. It's art, cool. Very similar. It took me kind of a while to appreciate, and I've been very fortunate not to have. I've never really been in relationship with women who were heavy on the makeup. Maybe that's just the way shit turned out or whatever, or I don't know why. I don't know. I'm not gonna get into details of why that could be. So I've never really been around makeup like that. So it took me a while to appreciate that was also an art form. So I'll just say that. All right. Just keep it pushing then.
Americans. What about the El Paso shooting, killing mostly Latinos? All of these perpetrated by white nationalists and people who are very much into the kind of politics that Charlie Kirk spews day in and day out. So is it heinous what happened to him? Yeah. Is it predictable given the kind of terrain that the right encourages, not just when it comes to guns and gun ownership, but also in terms of political violence? Yeah, it's really believable. I'm sorry, dude. Like, maybe don't do so many public events. The other thing that I think we all have to talk about, that is important to talk about.
Hold on. Sorry. I'm trying to catch up on the chat because I was seeing some stuff that I wasn't picking up because I had the top chats, not live chat on. So my apology there. But Lana's in the chat, so I'm sure everything's good. Shout out to the mods. Thank you. Let's go back a little bit.
Like, maybe don't do so many public events. The other
that is fucking hilarious. Maybe don't do so many public events. I do like these solutions for sure.
Thing that I think we all have to talk about, that is important to talk about. God, this is literally the worst angle for me. I'm like, how can I? Is, you know, recently, just yesterday, 2 days ago, the Epstein birthday book came out. The disgusting pictures of like little girls being drawn for Epstein's 50th
Yeah,
birthday
shit
that
was
included
wild.
Donald Trump's.
Did y'all see that? Jesus. No. Oh, was it there? Sorry. Well, now I'm fucking scared here. Hold on, let me just in case, chat, just in case. Just in case. She's kind of going all over the place, not gonna lie. Damn, it's hard to find online. That is a real creepy stuff. Oh, here we go. In case you haven't seen it, chat. Newly released Epstein birthday drawings painted a disturbing picture. Cruise sketches and cryptic notes attributed to President Trump, Leon Black, and others were made public by the House Oversight Committee. 1983 and then 2003. What a great country. And this is, of course, painting the picture like these girls are the same now young women that are in this photo. So literally like celebrating and glorifying grooming. Fucking disgusting. Scene child, 100%. Kirk didn't care about black tears. Energy returned, 100%. We're celebrating. It kind of reminded me a lot of Operation Alaska Flood, where all the liberals were like heartbroken and upset and viewing it as a tragic event, whereas all the leftists were celebrating, you know, Palestinian resistance. But yeah, this back to this picture is fucking disgusting. And again, I don't think that this was done to distract us from the Epstein files or whatever the fuck. Right? I don't think Charlie Kirk was sacrificed for that. I don't know why people are. I mean, it's funny. I mean, it is what it is, but nah. Let's get serious here.
Card with like the drawings of a woman, maybe a child, you know, saying what a friend is what a great secret we share between friends. What is it to be an enigma? I'll never tell you, like that, right? And we know that Charlie Kirk, who had been on the Epstein stuff for many months, many years, once Pam Bondi came out and said there was nothing to the story, he was like, look, I trust my friends in the government. I'm not going to talk about this issue anymore. So my initial thought, given who tried to shoot Donald Trump, given the fact that they're in Utah, is maybe this is a disgruntled former fan who wants Charlie or wanted Charlie to, like, you know, go down the Epstein rabbit hole farther and actually pursue this. I mean, this is the reason, like it's very dangerous to right-wingers because of their own audience. I mean, yeah, my audience might get mad at me at some things, but I'm not afraid that one of y'all will be like, I didn't agree with what you said about Taylor Swift, so I'm gonna so I'm gonna shoot you. Like,
I will say this though, and I let this go on a little further than what I was interested in covering, because she does the whole political violence is not acceptable, yada yada bullshit. She does add the caveat that political violence is always present, but she steered away from the fact that Charlie Kirk was one of the leaders in this political violence. Right? So let's just be honest about that. He was one of the leading propagandists to advance the targeting and the oppression and, quite frankly, the death of marginalized people, specifically trans people, and the vilification and continued oppression of black people. That was his whole MO. So she hesitates from really saying that shit with her chest, but nonetheless, I think overall, credit where credit's due, she's doing a good job. Where I will push back though is this here. This idea that, I guess not push back, lament. That when we talk about left-wing infighting, first of all, as David Pakman proved, people like Francesca, people like David Pakman, people like Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, the Vanguard, that call themselves left, that aren't actually left. They're fucking like spicy fucking liberals at best. They're rad libs, which is like center left, but that's not part of the left. They want to pretend to be on our fucking team, when they're normalizing genocide left and right. They're coming after me. No, my window's right here, and when my husky gets annoyed, he would like start like hitting the window like, hey, let me in. So because they try to claim to be part of the left, when we criticize them for normalizing things like genocide and the Democratic Party, they're like, oh, you know, my audience might get upset with me, but I'm not worried about my life. I'm not worried about my safety. And it goes to show that, yeah, the right will check each other. You won't hear the arguing as loudly amongst them, or maybe we're just not tapped in, but they get busy when they're like, oh, you're fucking playing with us. You're fucking playing with us because we're willing to take scraps. We're willing to take scraps. They get really upset because they're like, they believe that they're engaged in this righteous, almost, you know, very much God-given mission to rid the world of the pedal cabal, the Democratic pedal cabal, to rid themselves of the Zog, of control by the Zionists, right? All this shit. They truly believe it to their fucking core. It's a cult-like mentality. Whereas the left, it sometimes feels like we're just kind of like watching liberals like Francesca Fiorentini continuously just fall on their face, fall on their face, fall on their face. And then we're kind of like, hey, like, you're going to fall on your face. Can we help you? Can you listen? And they're like, no, it's fine. We're all on the same team. You giving me advice is infighting. And it's like, all right, cool. And we're just watching liberals, when they're not outwardly committing genocide, fall on their face time and time again. And it's like, either they're hurting themselves, and by hurting themselves, they're hurting the rest of us, or they're proactively hurting the rest of us. And we don't treat them like our enemies. Now, I'm not calling for any type of violence against them. There's no point in doing that. We oppose adventurism here. But I will say we should be more hostile towards them in terms of aligning with them. And I'm talking about not the people you're organizing with, because sometimes you have to organize with people to your right, even if that means they're center liberals. What I'm saying is more hostile to these talking heads. Francesca Fiorentini literally had an MSNBC contract, had a show on there. She is connected with the DNC, right? We should be more critical and more vocal about her normalization of genocide, shit like that. So I am kind of calling for more vocal and public left call out of these liberals. We should stop pretending that they're innocent or that they're harmless or that they're not contributing to the problems that we're facing.
That's not the audience I have. You know what I'm saying? And so it's dangerous, not only to the people who are in the crosshairs of the kind of propaganda that Charlie Kirk puts out and have died because of some of that propaganda, but big to themselves, to the people, to people like him. It's like your own, you know, a lot of people get killed by their own fans. We've seen that.
All right, I think that's good there. Let me take a quick no, that's not gonna help. Where did I put it? Did I put it on TikTok? I don't know if I'm even logged into TikTok, to be honest with you guys. Give me 1 second here. Am I logged in? Hit the like, y'all, if you haven't already. Where are we at? Where are we at? Give me 1 sec. I'll reenact it. All right. Let me stand up a little bit for this. I'll reenact it. Hold on. Where are we? Let me just get it right. Okay, so he did this. I'll reenact it. So he's talking. I believe he has a mic on his left hand. So my phone's going to be the mic. All right. I can't show you this, but this is Charlie Kirk. This is a mic in his left hand. Put it upside down. And he's talking. This from a distance too, on the grassy knoll. This is where they're taking this video. And he puts the mic down. He's holding the mic and he puts it down. Then he does one of these. Right? That's what happened. He's talking, puts the mic down, 2 hands, and then does one of those. Yeah. Yeah, breaking news. Charlie Kirk has not respawned yet. He is having troubles reconnecting to the server. Fuck that fool, bro. Kissing it? I mean, I don't know, man. Thankfully, I'm not too, like, badly congested, my nose and all that, but, man. I have to blow the trumpet right there real quick. Are we done making fun of them? This last one here, I think, should be good. Oh, were they fucking crying over here? Were they crying over here?
Yeah. I mean, he was during the Civil War. A lot of violence.
During the Civil War? Hold on. They're going this fucking hard?
And, you know, I've been thinking, kind of racking my brain for comparisons. And in modern American history, there really are none. I mean, you know, Charlie, and you could kind of call him whatever you want. He was a conservative activist. He was an influencer. He's a YouTuber, you know, and
But you're not going to call him a Christian white nationalist? That's weird. That's crazy. David Barnes, literally the only stream I've tuned into that's giving Charlie the response he deserves. Oh, it's because these fucking white liberals, these white rat libs, are afraid that that's just going to come on knocking to them. That's what they're concerned about. I don't give a fuck, bro. If I go out to gun violence, statistically, I should have anyways. If I were to be open and honest about my background, statistically, I should have, would not be shocking, you know? But yes, Sagar himself is a white nationalist. And remember, always ask these reactionary Indians, what caste do you belong to? It might come off as insensitive, offensive. Bro, to this day, white people ask me, where are you from? But you have to ask these fuckers, these reactionaries, what caste do you belong to? Because I will tell you a lot about why they feel like they're superior than everyone around them.
And that's part of why I think, you know, so many of us who also do very similar jobs and participate in some similar events are so...
Why other reactionary fucking propagandists might feel a little uncomfortable about this.
Shaken and like struck by it, and it's because everyone has participated at least in some form, you know, in something like this. You know, for more modern comparisons, I mean, I'm not saying that they're one-to-one, but obviously we had in the 1960s, we had the assassinations of people like Malcolm X or MLK Jr. You did have a period.
Yep. I mean, you know, I've seen a lot of people get upset about this comparison about Charlie Kirk, Martin Luther King. I think as an opposite, it makes sense. I think the opposite of like Malcolm X would be Nick Fuentes, like the opposite. And then the opposite of Charlie Kirk would be Martin Luther King, like the opposite, right? Like the evil version. That makes fucking sense, I guess. But a lot of these reactionaries are comparing them in terms of like, oh, they're both political figures. Like, no. One is like the evil fucking version trying to undo everything the other's done to try and save this fucking unsalvageable settler colonial project.
Of a lot of violence, political violence in the 1970s, the Weather Underground, you know, the Symbionese Liberation Army, the kidnapping of Patty Hearst. I mean, it was a crazy time. And we have talked a lot about on the show over the years about the comparison to the 1970s. And that's actually almost immediately what I came to. But there's some really darker ones as well that actually Ryan was reminding of. And I had to go back and really to look because I'd only read about them in passing. But probably, maybe the more one-to-one comparison would be a guy like Elijah Lovejoy. He was actually an abolitionist newspaper editor in 1837 who was actually killed by a pro-slavery mob. And it was actually quite common during the Civil War era where pro-abolitionists and or anti-secessionists and others in the South, journalists, political editors, people who would express those types of opinions were killed for their political beliefs and for putting that out there. But that is how far back I would have to go actually to even find a comparison. To keep it in the realm of Luigi Mangione, I've talked about this here on the show, also because of Luigi's own predilections for Japanese culture. But in the early 1930s, 20s and 30s, in the rise of the Japanese militarist state, there was a concept called gekokujo, which means kind of like from the bottom to the top.
Okay, so in case you don't know, Sagar is a fucking weeboo. Am I saying that right? This motherfucker adores Japanese culture. That should be a red flag. If somebody likes Japanese culture a little too much, that should be a sign that they're a fucking fascist. Because Japanese culture, for the most part, leans heavy into the fascism. It just does. Yeah, he's yapping. These people spew shit that they read and they're desperately to connect it to whatever's going on so they appear as they're intellectuals or some shit like that. Jabari, Black Liberation Media didn't shed tears for Charlie this morning, but they were more diplomatic than deculturation. Yeah, no, I was watching them and they were fucking ear doctor saying that they were all dressed in black. Well, at first it was just Jackie Lukma and Burn It Down Kim Brown, one of the best fucking names right there. But look, I'm not it's not a competition out here. I'm not competing against Black Liberation Media. All I am saying is that they cry for you. No, just fucking around. Yeah, never getting invited back again. Let's pull this up real quick. Because I believe they talk about the MLK thing.
All the liberals, the black people, all the motherfuckers who claim they're on the side of the progressives coming on here saying, guys, show sympathy for Charlie Kirk. Watch them niggas. I'm gonna tell you, watch them niggas, because they the ones who gonna sit right here and fuck y'all the fuck up just because they sympathize with the ops. Just because.
And I said this. I said it. I tweeted it out. I said, I should have just said any fucking leftist. But I said any white fucking radlib that is out here sympathizing with fucking Charlie Kirk, they are your enemy and they will fucking betray you. Just give it time. Just give it time.
Because y'all sympathize with motherfuckers who can't give two fucks about y'all, right? Now, like, and then the crazy thing about it is Charlie Kirk literally sat up here and promoted white supremacy, right? He promoted harms against our community, the gay community, so many other fucking communities. He promoted harm against white children because he rather white kids get shot the fuck up than take away guns, right? And he's one of the statistics of gun violence. Now we all got to show sympathy. I ain't got to show sympathy for a goddamn body.
Yep. Now you're a fucking statistic, homie. Now we could use you in these fucking arguments against your white brethren.
I ain't got to do shit personally. And I'm seeing way too many black people. I seen the same motherfuckers who I sit right here and seen y'all justify harassing black women, justify doxing black women, talk about show sympathy for that nigga. Y'all some white worshiping ass motherfuckers. I swear to God. That's the only thing I can make of it. Y'all worship white people. Y'all worship white people. The only reason y'all are bothered by white people talking about white supremacy is simply because they don't fucking like y'all and not because of the actual harm they can cause other people. Like, that's what the fuck it is. That's what it gotta be. Because ain't no way y'all gonna sit right here and tell me, oh, we gotta show sympathy for Charlie Kirk. He got a family. Fuck his family.
That's all I've been saying. That's all I've been saying. The Hamon, we play this from the start, motherfucker. Go check out their channel, their TikTok, excuse me, MD Curves 2. I'll go back a little bit, but you should also be, if this is the type of content they're putting out, support their TikTok.
That's what the fuck it is. That's what it gotta be. Cause ain't no way y'all gonna sit right here and tell me, oh, we gotta show sympathy for Charlie Kirk. He got a family. Fuck his family. That bitch knew who the fuck she was fucking when she had kids with him.
Exactly. The wife knew that they were creating little fucking Hitlerites, that they were trying to save the white race, right? Repopulation and all that shit. She knew. That's what I'm saying. She was in the splash zone because she wanted to be. She wanted to be there. Stop. Why is it that we always infantilize white people, man? Every single fucking time we infantilize them. When we talk about white women being aligned with white supremacy, being aligned equals to, that's their goal. White feminism, the goal is to be equal to white men. Not to bring us, everybody else up. It's to be equal to the right side of white men. They marry motherfuckers like Charlie Kirk. That's what they do. They have children with motherfuckers like Charlie Kirk. That's what they do. And now the children are innocent, and we should feel, sad that they were born to Charlie Kirk and his wife. Not that they lost a quote unquote father, because that's not a fucking father. That's a monster.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, what you talking about?
So go check them out. Again, that's the first video I've seen of theirs. I'm not really on TikTok like that, but if that's the type of content they're putting out, then sheesh. That's exactly the type of energy we should have. But again, these white fucking liberals, these white rad libs are worried about their own asses. That's why. They align with whiteness because they see themselves in Charlie Kirk. They're like, oh, you know what it reminds me of? I don't know if I can pull it up without getting like copyright or whatever. But when what was it when it was like Connor? It's a 2R. It's a 1 or it's 1, right? I always mess that up. The leak. Regular fucking business? Just business? It's just business. I think I spelled business wrong too. Oh, here it goes.
15 minutes in the books. We head to the championship rounds.
Grabbing. So Connor says
15 minutes in the books.
It's only business. It's only business to Khabib. Keep in mind the crystal balls of Sam Cedars and their equivalents before Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro. It's only business for these motherfuckers. For these white people, it's only business. Hey, how can we go up there and both, amplify our standing within our own communities, within our own political parties, and legitimize each other? Why was Hassan Piker going to go debate Charlie Kirk? Hassan Piker said it himself. We came up together. They were each other's first big debate. They came up together. They were peers. These are their peers. These are their colleagues. Understand that aspect of it. These are the people they hang around with when it comes to, professional circles. It's only business for these motherfuckers. So when reality comes in, when they get a fucking reality check, like, hey, this means a little bit more to some people, they spin the fuck out. They start losing their shit. And they're like, oh, this is only supposed to be for a fucking paycheck. Sure, whatever Charlie Kirk, whatever Sagar is spewing might affect other people, might affect black and brown people, but it's not going to affect my white ass. It's not going to affect my fucking bank account. So we can grab a drink afterwards. We can joke around backstage. We can share the stage again and again and again. I will act cordial to them, if not befriend them. Because it's only fucking business to them. To the rest of us, it's real fucking life. To the rest of us, we're celebrating because Charlie Kirk, a fucking white Christian nationalist propagandist, they just lost one. They just lost one. Sure, there's a whole fucking horde of them, but they just lost one. Small victories. That's the desperate state that we're in, and we don't even know if one of us. It probably wasn't somebody on the left. I know a lot of people were joking around that shot, the distance, basically already excludes anybody on the left because that requires some sort of like military training or, to be a gun pervert or whatever the fuck they call them. A firearms enthusiast. I was going back and forth. I don't really go back and forth, but I was going back and forth with people on Twitter saying like, oh, this is great because, this is just an example of class consciousness and the contradictions are intensifying, this and that. I'm like, homie, it really could have been Mossad. It really could have been a fucking Goiper. It could have been somebody from the right. How the fuck is that, bringing up class antagonism when it's somebody from like the right? I didn't buy it. For me, it was like, that's like claiming Lee Harvey Oswald. Let's say he did work for the CIA. Let's say the JFK assassination was a CIA hit. Did that intensify class antagonism? Was that any sort of positive towards the left? Of course not. I don't know, man. Horatsu, why do you think he was shot? Same reason Donald Trump got shot. I think there's a group of these lone wolf white supremacists who want to intensify the race war. There's already a race war going on. Why do you think black men are disproportionately locked up? Why are indigenous men proportionally locked up? Why are they targeting brown people? Why are black women victims to the fucking medical system? There's already a fucking race war going on. It's been happening. We have not been fighting it. We have not engaged in it, but they have. These fucking colonizers have been engaging in a fucking race war since day one. But they want to see that shit intensify. They want to live their fucking Call of Duty dreams. So I think he was probably taken out by somebody from the right as well. Now, one thing that I did want to mention that was kind of funny to me is, what's this motherfucker's name? Notice how all these radlibs were celebrating Luigi Manganiello, however the fuck you say his European name. They were all celebrating him because he took out, allegedly, some, health insurance fucking CEO. They were all celebrating him. Jamie Peck, formerly from the Majority Report, self-proclaimed anarchist, white anarchist, started a fucking a fund, started raising funds for this motherfucker, who was already rich, started raising funds for his legal defense, and all these fucking so-called leftists, from Assam Piker to the Vanguard, were glorifying this motherfucker. But now, someone, we don't know who, put a political commentator in his crosshairs. Now suddenly they're like, oh, disavowing. Now suddenly they get a little fucking nervous. What's going on? You were advocating for adventurism. And if, Luigi's not on the left, Luigi's a troubled fucking individual, like mentally, if we're being quite honest. If it really was him. Tell me what's the difference between going after a CEO of an insurance company and going after a Christian white nationalist propagandist? Well, it's because he's a political commentator, and now suddenly this shit's too fucking close to home for all these rat libs. So now they got to start distancing themselves and denouncing violence. But when it wasn't at their doorstep, when they didn't have to worry about it, when propagandists weren't going to be held accountable, they were fucking applauding this shit. What was I saying? Hey, this is adventurism. We oppose this. Hey, this is adventurism. We're not organized for the fucking blowback on this. I was saying it. I felt like a fucking lame saying it. But I know that this shit disproportionately targets black and brown people. I know that. And that was my concern. It will always be my primary concern. And it's fucking frustrating to see. Because the hypocrisy stops when it involves them. When their skin is in the game. It's all fun and games when we're fucking in the front lines. It's all fun and games when we're the ones suffering. But when it comes to knocking to their fucking homes, suddenly they get real nervous and they're not really about it. Ask yourselves why that is. Why is it that everybody was down to fucking spread memes about Luigi and celebrate him? All these political commentators, from Emma Vigeland, Hassan Piker, The Vanguard, Sam Cedar, all these motherfuckers, did not have the same energy in denouncing that sort of violence, that sort of adventurism, but suddenly it's about political commentator and propagandists, and now you get a little bit nervous. If it was, and it is most likely, a reactionary, somebody to the right of Charlie Kirk that took him out, the same way that somebody to the right of Donald Trump tried taking him out. And these lone wolves are predominantly from the right. They really do get radicalized and become extremists. They're really about it. What happens when somebody gets frustrated that the largest political commentator in Hassan Piker is normalizing Zionism? What happens when somebody gets frustrated that the largest political commentator continues to align himself with the genocidal Democratic Party? What happens when somebody is disgruntled enough to view Bernie Sanders continue to say the Zionist entity has the right to defend itself, as he's on this fighting the oligarchy tour? That's what they're nervous about. Oh shit, what if we get called out for being opportunists? Oh shit, what if we get held accountable for normalizing a genocide on the left? That's what they're fucking concerned about. And that's why they're shedding tears for Charlie Kirk. That's what they're worried about. That's what they're concerned about. And that's why Francesca was like, oh, well, I don't have to worry about my audience. Well, it's because you fucking red lips have done a great job at removing anyone to your left in your circle. When I called out the Majority Report for normalizing liberal Zionism, what was the first thing that Sam Cedar was saying? If you're to our left, why are you even watching my show? Why are you even concerned about it? I don't know, the same fucking reason you're concerned to people to your right? The Steven Crowders, the Ben Shapiro, before the Charlie Kirks. It gets interesting when shit gets real for these fucking white people that grew up in cul-de-sacs. It gets interesting real fucking quick. These fucking white people that have never once been pressed in their fucking lives. And I consider myself very fucking privileged. We got the fuck out of Dodge. There was other sacrifices involved in that, but I'll take it any day of the fucking week. Ask yourself why it is that they were celebrating Luigi Mandiglioni. No Italian deserves to get their name pronounced correctly, if you ask me. Ask yourself why they were glorifying him and that adventurism, but suddenly get a little nervous when it's about propagandists. The Soulless King, we always appreciate you being here, pushing back. I do sincerely mean that. I don't think they care about violence from the left. This is just wishful thinking from your end. I don't wish for violence. I really don't. Violence exists. What we normalize as violence is the real question. What we normalize as violence is the real question. Why is it that we normalize, children going hungry to bed? That is violence, right? But these people, why is it that we normalize, Luigi's on screen, people not having health insurance? And people like the majority report contribute to that normalization by saying, hey, during a pandemic, we shouldn't be pushing for socialized medicine. Right? So they contribute to the normalization and the status quo. That's what liberals do. Kwame Ture taught us that. And normalizing certain types of violence. They oppose armed resistance in Palestine because it's violent. But settler colonization is violent in its nature and requires violence to sustain itself. These people, more than likely, and I said it yesterday on the stream, are concerned about reactionaries trying to even out the score. 100% absolutely. What I'm saying is that it's low-key embarrassing that the right checks itself, that those further to the right than the figures that we're normally seeing will come in and be like, nope, you sold us out, and take matters into their own hands, where the left, and I was saying this earlier, maybe you missed this, we're forced to either play along with liberals or just stand on the sidelines and watch them fucking commit the same atrocities over and over again. Either fall on their faces, uphold Zorhan Mamdani, glorify him, as if he's not just AOC 2.0, as if she wasn't just the brown Latina version of Obama. And we have to watch that shit over and over again, while they contribute to a normalization of the Democratic Party's atrocities around the world and here. We have to watch that. And I'm saying, what happens when they get held accountable by the people that they pretend to align with, the same way that these reactionaries pretend to align with the rabid, the true spiritual God-sent warriors. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry if you missed the point. Sometimes I do feel like I'm a little bit too much in my head. I'm not going to lie. But I'm not wishing for violence. I say this. I'm never going to get the chance to square up with the snow roach. It's unfortunate. Nothing better than in an open weight competition. But it is what it is. That was just me, my personal ego wanting to be compensated. Let's put it that way. So I don't pray for fucking violence. I don't wish violence on anybody. I told you, collecting CTE, the one thing it's taught me first and foremost is you walk away from violence every single time. We're not ready for it. That's why yesterday I was saying, fuck all these fucking liberals advocating for stricter gun control, because it's only going to predominantly affect Black and brown communities. And we need to be ready for self-defense. We need to be ready for self-defense. Perfect time for this. Why is it muted? Why are you muted?
Officers. These aren't police officers or soldiers.
They're business owners.
I reload this. Petty bourgeois, already a negative. We'll let the ad play. The Soulless King, I get it, but I also understand what you want to do, but can't say due to legal or TOS. No, I'm pretty smart. I know ways of saying shit. Yeah.
These aren't police officers or soldiers.
They're business owners, their fathers, their sons, daughters.
These are civilians, members of the Lincoln Heights Safety and Watch Program.
It's a duty. Okay, let's go.
The duty, protecting their neighborhood, the majority Black village of Lincoln Heights, Ohio. After neo-Nazis held a rally here last month, carrying rifles, waving swastikas, and hurling racial slurs, just moments before children were let out of school.
Radlibs, like Emma Vigeland, like Hassan Piker, want to make it harder for you to prepare to protect and defend your communities. Keep that in mind. For their own safety. For their own safety. For their own safety. Keep that in mind.
At the time, law enforcement officials said the neo-Nazis did not break any laws, but an investigation by county prosecutors is ongoing. Weeks later, the KKK came with these flyers.
First African-American community above the Mason-Dixon line of
Safety and Watch Group spokesperson Durrance Daniels says the police did not do enough, which was more chilling because the town was founded in the 1920s as a safe haven for black residents.
Lincoln Heights is our home. If somebody broke into your home, you call the police, and the police says, you know, if they do it again, we haven't broken any law, so we're just going to allow them to break into your home again. What would you do?
So you feel like the police department and the sheriff have allowed or been silent in the face of this threat?
They've been more than silent. I don't know what else to call that. Like that can't happen nowhere else. What is so intimidating about a black man with a gun saying that I'm not going to allow a terrorist to harm my family?
Are you worried at all that having a potentially armed response could just create more friction, create more danger?
I'll answer that by saying I've never felt safer as a black man in my community than I have right now.
The mayor of Evendale, which oversees the police force that responded that day, said in a statement to NBC News, "Our emphasis on de-escalation and public safety resulted in the incident's resolution without injuries to any of the persons involved." But residents here say they can't afford to wait. Every day, the Safety and Watch Group escorts children to school and patrols the streets.
Why do you all wear masks?
Dumbass fucking question, but I will say this. This might seem like a little silly, a little bit out of place. It shouldn't be. And this should be the norm, unfortunately. Especially like if we're recognizing and acknowledging that the black community is, you know, an internal colony. Damn, I'm having trouble speaking. I'm not gonna lie. I'm having trouble breathing and speaking. You get what I'm saying? Internal colony. There we go. We got it out. Then this should be the norm. Oh, the Soulless King is on the shooter. Yeah, I think you're wrong there, but we're moving on from that a little bit.
Those Nazis, we have reports of them finding our backgrounds, so we're not.
Why do you all wear masks?
Those Nazis, we have reports of them finding our backgrounds, so we're not hiding ourselves from the residents, but we're protecting our family from what we're doing out here.
While many local...
Yeah, like the community knows who you are. The community knows who you are. They're protecting their identity from those outside of the community. You know, it was a dumbass question, but at the same time, people watching this might be dumbasses that are like, oh, they're wearing balaclavas. Only bad people have something to hide.
Ourselves from the residents, but we're protecting our family from what we're doing out here.
While many locals do support the security group, some, like business owner Eric Ruffin, say they wish the group wasn't needed.
We don't want to become what we hate.
Get the fuck out of here. We don't want to become what we hate. Think of the children. Come the fuck on. So I am concerned about these fucking liberals pushing again and again for gun control that is going to disproportionately affect black and brown communities' ability to defend themselves. There's another one here too, towards the end, which made me fucking laugh. Look at their initial reaction. Let's go to history here. Let's get that fuck out of my way. Oh, these white women though. But before that, we'll go to the white women shortly. Look at these dumb fucks. Give me 1 second. I think this.
All right. 4 more. Freighter 12. 20 years ago in a seminar, I voiced a spicy take on J.M. Coatsina, a cannabis dispensary union.
There was a TPUSA, Utah Valley.
245 something. 245. Let's go 243.
and have been secretly talking with the union. I listen to MR every day, and I feel like I have the training required. It still seems impossible. I'll try, though. We are maybe having on, Brian, are we still in touch with those guys?
Sorry, I was looking at Charlie.
A cannabis dispensary unionization drive in New York.
I have that email. Yeah, we can be in touch with them.
I think
that was
yeah.
a while ago.
And they were going to reach out to you, right?
A couple cannabis unions have reached out, to be fair.
Oh.
And coincident or unrelated, I forgot.
You know what's hilarious? They talk about unionize this, unionize that. The majority report only has like 5, maybe 7 workers. It's owned by Sam Cedar. It's a majority report with Sam Cedar. Matt Leck seems incapable of unionizing his workplace. We all know that Emma Vigeland will side with Sam Cedar because she sided with Cenk Uygur when TYT's employees were trying to unionize. I mean, from my understanding, they didn't even have 401ks. Sam Cedar did not make 401ks available to his employees for their long-term retirement, you know? This is the left. This is the online white left, y'all.
About it.
All right. Well, we'll get back on that. And the final IM of the day. Dave from Jamaica. Emma, 100% correct. The logical conclusion of crime hysteria. Eventually, it will lead to genocide of anyone who is viewed as dangerous. I will have zero tolerance of folks who say the left is not taking crime seriously. It's people to the center and right who refuse to implement the known solutions to these issues, instead going for failed policies of tough on crime. All right, folks. People are saying that
Deseret News was reporting
that Charlie Kirk was shot.
Suspect in custody.
You know what's hilarious, though, before we move on to that? Whatever genocide is committed, whatever the next genocide is committed, if Democrats are doing it, Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar, Matt Leck will tell you to vote for Democrats, to continue to vote for them, because a genocide by Republicans is worse than a genocide by Democrats, apparently.
In Utah, this is breaking. Charlie Kirk shot in Utah at a TPS event.
Oh, wow. I still am not seeing it confirmed that he himself was shot.
She's so fucking stupid, bro. She's so fucking stupid. I'm tired of being polite with this. I mean, she accused me of being anti-Semitic. Who gives a fuck about her? She's so fucking stupid. She's so desperate to be the smartest person in the room that she says dumb shit like that. Your production team is telling you, while you're on air, they're telling you, it's been reported that Charlie Kirk has been shot, and she's so desperate to be the smartest person in the room that while doing less than 10 seconds of a search, she's like, I'm not seeing it confirmed. What the fuck is the point of a production team if not to inform you, because they're behind the scenes doing the work? I'm just saying that's just really fucking annoying. There's little shit like that annoy me.
Deseret News, Charlie Kirk shot at Utah event.
Okay, wow. All right.
Put up this. Put up the link of that. Can you get that?
Yeah, I have it here. Deseret News, at least, is reporting.
At least. There
was a TPUSA at Utah Valley University. Bystanders report seeing Kirk shot near his neck during a Q&A with students, and the suspect is in custody, and the campus is on lockdown.
Bystanders reporting at this point.
So we can't confirm this, but this is what is being. And do we know anything about Deseret News?
They're like a Mormon, but they're like a fairly high-profile Utah-based publication.
ZZ Lion Dad, appreciate you so much for the super chat. Thank y'all. He says, put these folks on notice when they're with their contradictions. Yeah.
A lot of weapons. I don't know what the weapons laws are in Utah.
Well, that's extremely scary. Hope everybody is okay. And
you hope a Christian white nationalist rally is okay. You, fucking man.
We need comprehensive gun control.
Yep.
We need comprehensive gun control to make sure that Christian white nationalists can rally peacefully.
All right, no indication as to how serious it was, but people are saying he got shot in the neck. But I have no.
According to bystanders, so it looks like it was. And then there is video of everyone scattering. So, America.
Do we have that video? Should we play that video?
Okay. All right. I mean, I guess we should. If we're getting a local paper confirming it, and it's a pretty significant story.
CZ Lion that with the super chat. Appreciate you. They have no sympathy for the average person on their left, as he's pushed hatred against them. Capitalism must capital because they must win the market share for the CK mentioned, Charlie Kirk minions and donors. Yeah, that's essentially what they're fighting for. They're fighting for like the audience, the market share. Yeah. They view Charlie Kirk not as an essential threat to the safety of marginalized people, but they view him as like a colleague, like a peer. Somebody who's outdoing you in sales or whatever the fuck, and you're trying to take up their spot, steal maybe their clients. That's the way they view it. It's not personal to them, it's just business. Thank you for the super chat. It's just funny seeing them so dumbfounded.
Here is a video.
Almost quite literally pearl clutching over here.
Supposedly.
They watch the video in real time. Look at the reactions.
Just put that in the chat. I don't know who.
Counting or not counting gang violence.
Yeah, I don't want to show that.
Has she put it up there? Oh yeah. Hey, he fell back.
Hey.
I haven't watched it yet. Oh my god.
Oh Dios mío.
I do not. This is not the. We do not. We do. This is horrible. Horrible. Hope he's.
A fascist dies. And it's horrible, y'all.
He's okay. Hope everybody there is okay.
Emma Vigeland, hoping a Christian white nationalist fascist is okay. And everybody in the Christian white nationalist rally is okay. Fucking despicable, spineless bastards, bro.
All right, folks.
Let me get the fuck out of here. It's a good thing I never leave my fucking studio and actually do any work. But yes, literally these white fucking liberals, 100%. Corazon 24, so offended by watching the chickens coming home to roost. Yup. They're like, holy shit. Emma Vigeland especially trying to wash the Palestinian blood off of Kamala Harris' hands. Sam Cedar, time and time again, normalizing the atrocities by the Democratic Party. Suddenly it gets a little too uncomfortable, too real.
Sign off. Emma will be here tomorrow. We'll have an update on that story. Matt, Brian, Emma, good.
And I didn't get a chance to see Emma's. I could pull it up, I guess. Oh no, the white fucking Hassan Piker's fucking. I don't know. They came off pretty predatory to me, to be honest with you. This shit's also funny over here. Here we go.
The country is reeling after Charlie Kirk was murdered yesterday at one of his events.
The country is reeling. Do you feel reeled? Are you reeled? If not, you're not part of the country.
By an assassin that clearly had to shoot like 200 yards away, one shot. all over social media.
One
The
and done.
scenes are horrific. Political violence must be condemned all the way across the board. You can disagree with somebody politically, and I disagreed with almost everything that Charlie Kirk says.
Almost.
And
Almost everything Charlie Kirk says. What is the non-almost here? What do you mean you almost disagree with everything Charlie Kirk says? Please tell me. Show me the Venn diagram. This reminds me of this. Hold on. Who remembers this? Who remembers this? Let's see. Who remembers this? No. Let's find the video. Let's find the video.
I told you I brought props, and I want to show you my second one, okay? Because I know you were following along. I told you I had two. Okay, so let me tell you, I love Venn diagrams.
How does she not win? How does she not win?
I love Venn diagrams. You know the three circles? I love Venn diagrams. You're just cracking up, right? So I asked my team, tell me, from which states are we seeing attacks on reproductive health care, rights?
Don't give a shit. I want to see the Venn diagram.
Texas, Georgia, Florida. Okay, so there you go. Okay? So you are not surprised to know that there is an overlap.
Fucking A. How do we not know why you finished this? I don't know why it reminded me of that.
And I fundamentally abhor all the way across the board. You can disagree with somebody politically, and I disagreed with almost everything that Charlie Kirk says.
Almost everything. I want to see the Venn diagram. Where is the overlap? I don't agree with anything Charlie Kirk says. Where is the overlap? I don't. Prodigy's lawyer, she's such a dork. You know what? Like that. It's almost like, bro, like. Again, you have to be attractive, especially as a woman, to make it in these like public spaces. So we all understand Kamala Harris is very attractive. And then she is a dork. But then you remember that like she uses that dorkiness to cover for like vile atrocities that you're like, fuck. Never mind, you know? But yeah, almost dorky in the cool way, I'm not gonna lie. Almost. But what are these? Remember, these are the white women that Hassan Piker was rubbing elbows with. They were being creepy fucking old perverts. But what are the things that you and Charlie Kirk agree on?
Violence must be condemned all the way across the board. You can disagree with somebody politically, and I disagreed with almost everything that Charlie Kirk says. And I fundamentally abhor gun violence. I abhor it. I don't think anybody should be shot and killed for having an opinion that is different from somebody else's.
Hold on. Dissent or concord? Let's debate. Let's debate. Debate what, motherfucker? What do you think this is? How is the lighting in my room? Do I look white? Debate what, bro? The fuck?
This has shaken us here at I've Had It to our core. It's terrifying. It's terrifying to see this. I sometimes think when something like this happens, can we talk about gun violence? A lot of you know who have followed us for a long time. Last October, a young man that works for us, Javier, was shot and killed on October 12th, 2024. And it was devastating. I still think about it 15 times a day. Gun violence.
Toribio, Mr. Hitler got killed just because he had an opinion. Yeah. Oh, dissent or concur. He's black. He wants to debate. A motherfucking bot over here, bro.
Violence is horrific. Yesterday, right after this story broke, there was another shooting at a school in Denver. guns in schools in America always seems to be a problem. But much to my surprise, there seems to be a coordinated response on the right that is
Dakadoon on the Twitch chat, we have to respect the marketplace of ideas. Yeah, exactly. And funny enough, it's white people owning that market through and through. But look at this sad, pathetic fucking creature, bro.
in Denver, guns in schools in America.
Dissent or concur? Why are you scared to debate a black man? Internalized anti-blackness is what it is. Bro, one, I don't know if you're actually black. Two, I don't know what you want to debate on. Three, what the fuck? What Eurocentric brain rot is going on that you hop in and say, let's debate. Let's debate. Let's debate. Man, hit the like. Hit the like for the debate bros in the chat jumping in here, confusing me with a white pervert.
Always seems to be a problem. But much to my surprise, there seems to be a coordinated response on the right that is really terrifying. And Midas Touch compiled a lot of it here. Midas Touch tweets, deeply disturbing rhetoric is spreading from influential MAGA figures, including the president of the United States and the owner of this website. He's referring to Elon Musk there, owner of Twitter. They have no idea who the shooter is. And many of these same people mocked Democrats when they were victims of political violence in the past. In moments like this, we should be lowering the temperature and finding our shared humanity, not fueling more hatred and violence. And here's just a sampling. Libs of TikTok, caps lock, this is war. Joey Manorino, the Democrat Party must be classified as a domestic terror organization and their members, leaders treated accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious because immediately, and this is like, if you want to call it a false flag, I'm not going to really argue with it. I'm not going to die on that hill, right? No matter who it was, and we've seen it before, no matter who the shooter was, they were going to blame it on the left. We saw it with Donald Trump. They blamed it on the left almost immediately. So what is the point here to act shocked? I mean, she's being sarcastic when she said to my surprise. This was always part of the plan. Always part of the plan.
Enough is enough. Trump goes on blaming the radical left, Gutner Engelman. They've declared war. Another account, there's no going back after this. There's no words to be
Going back
said.
to
The only
what,
way this
motherfucker?
ends is with complete annihilation of the Democratic Party. Elon Musk, the left is the party of murder. One of the richest men in the world that owns this, saying the left is the party of murder. Sean Davis, the Democrat Party is a domestic terror organization whose most fanatics will not hesitate to murder their political.
I will say this though. The Democratic Party is a party, not the, but a party of murder. Of genocide. And people like these, the white women, protect it, defend it, advocate for it.
Political opponents. This was not a one.
But that's not the left.
One-off event. It just goes on. Another page here. Brian Eastwood, Charlie Kirk getting shot. Is the shot heard around the country? I'm ready for civil war. You want to fight, you're going to get it. When Democrats lose elections, they couldn't steal. They murder the people they were unable to defeat. This is just, this seems to be a coordinated response to this. What happened to Charlie Kirk isn't civilized, and this response is not civilized. There is any progressive, and most progressives I know, every progressive I know is for gun control, gun regulations. I mean, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s dad was shot by an assassin.
Oh no. Horatsu, thank you for the dono. Super chat. Kirk wasn't talking about policy. He was specifically pushing racism, etc. This isn't political differences. These are about fundamental issues. Yeah, that's why I was laughing about whoever the fuck wanted to debate earlier. I mean, whose existence do you want to debate? Whose right to exist as a human being do you want to debate now? Fundamentally, that's what most of these debates are. Whether or not black people get to live, whether or not trans people get to live, whether or not indigenous people get to live. It breaks down to those fucking issues almost every single fucking time. Whether or not non-hetero cis white people, non-white people get to exist. If you're not heterosexual, if you're not cisgendered, if you're not white, your existence is up for debate. And that's like 99% of all fucking debates. Thank you so much for the super chat. But yeah, the way that she's like equating all this stuff is hilarious.
And this response is not civilized. There is.
What happened to Charlie Kirk was not civilized. We should be civil towards white nationalists.
Any progressive, and most progressives I know, every progressive I know is for gun control, gun regulations. I mean, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s dad was shot by an assassin. And since the shootings of people, Ronald Reagan and others, people have more access to guns. And the response to this, to declare war on the left, when we had a president that campaigned about defeating the enemy from within, while all of this stuff is going on geopolitically, Russia's advancing into Poland, Israel is bombing Qatar. This is whiplash. What happened to Charlie Kirk is horrific. I have so much empathy for.
Sorry, it's horrific. Again, we were all celebrating October 7th, Operation Alaska Flood, as a victory for indigenous people's resistance of colonization. These people were pro-clutching. We're over here gathered. The global majority is gathered, laughing at the irony, amongst many things, of this Christian white nationalist getting his. And these people are over here crying for them. I mean, technically I cried for them too, thanks to you motherfuckers.
For his wife and children. Somebody I love was shot cold-blooded, and it is a very difficult thing to move past, regardless of what people think. I believe in free speech, and I believe in a free society where people can go out without the fear of getting shot.
I believe that Christian white nationalists can go out into the world and spread the racist, fascist, transphobe propaganda and socialize our youth, our children, to normalize white supremacist Christian nationalism and the dehumanization of trans people freely in an open, loving, caring society that we all can share in its glory of being an American. White liberals uphold white supremacy every fucking time. Do I sound like a broken record? It's because we don't view these bastards like our enemies. How many more examples do you need them? How many more of these white people aligning with whiteness and white supremacy do you need to see crying over Charlie Kirk's grave?
I completely agree. And when you look
Shocker.
at this situation, I have the same response and the same outrage to this as I do when we see school shootings.
What the fuck? My heart breaks for Charlie Kirk, just as my heart breaks for seeing a classroom full of 5-year-olds get slaughtered. My heart can't even tell the difference between Charlie Kirk, a white Christian nationalist, and in a schoolroom of innocent children. I just can't tell. Now the school children are of color. You know, obviously Charlie Kirk's white life might be worth a little bit more. Fucking disgusting, bro. They show you who they truly fucking are. They show you who they truly fucking are.
Same outrage to this as I do when we see school shootings. We have a gun violence problem in America, and we need legislation and gun control to address it. Regardless of my differences with Charlie Kirk, This cannot.
Hold on. Toribio. How many 5-year-olds is a white man worth? Toribio says 7. What is the chat thing? Let me know in the comments in the chats. How many 5-year-olds equals 1 white man? The question of the day.
Be condoned. This is an awful act. No one should have to be murdered, period, in the United States of America. But it continues to happen because our leaders are more worried about gun lobbyist funding than they are the lives of Americans. And the way the right is attacking the left when we don't even know who did this is chilling, to say the least.
It's incredibly chilling. And here's just a little compilation of how there is no.
Clay Station is wild. Easily 300. Or white celebrities. You're right. You're right. They're not just regular white people. They're white celebrities.
Suspect identified. Nobody knows who this is and what the motivation is yet. But I just showed you a compilation of tweets where they're calling people on the left. That's you that are watching the show. That's Pumps and me. They're calling us domestic terrorists. And
you're not the fucking left. You're not. Stop doing this. You're embarrassing us. We don't claim you. You're crying for Charlie Kirk. I cried for him too, but it was for money. It's different. I'm a grifter. It's different. It's different. You're doing it out of love and compassion for whiteness. You're doing it out of white solidarity. Jesus.
Every single U.S. left-leaning politician, former sitting president, governors have come out and condemned this unilaterally. And here is, again, some video of the right wing's response to this. It's not to lower the temperature. This is bone chilling.
A war. The left has been saying put a bullseye on Trump, a bullseye on his supporters. Charlie Kirk's a casualty of war. We're in this country.
And it's hilarious that they always use the war narrative. What were they saying for a while against Donald Trump when he was being held accountable for January 6th? That law warfare or some shit like that? Weren't they spewing that shit for a cool little minute? It was cute. It was cute. Mind you, the Democratic Party does that against the Green Party and any third parties to their left. No issue then.
We are.
They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us.
Bro, I saw this motherfucker stealing all my lines. He's stealing my lines. I'm saying since day one, they have enacted a race war upon us and we just been docile. Well, no, that's not fair. We currently are, but our ancestors were not. But we've normalized this shit. We've normalized their race war against us. We have not been proactive in it because we want to be colorblind. We want to be neutral. We want to judge people based off, their character. When I tell you it's not irrational to distrust these fucking people, let it be known that their tears for Charlie Kirk demonstrate that we cannot align with and trust these white liberals. They care and love Charlie Kirk too much to be trusted.
What are we going to do about it?
I mean, this to me, you guys, this is just absolutely a defining moment in this fight against what I believe the Trump regime is wanting to do, to silence dissenting voices. They're using this horrific tragedy, the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk, to advance this fascist reign. And when authoritarians get power, everything in them is to cling on to it and to make us fight each other here and use horrific, violent language after a violent attack, murder, cold-blooded murder on Charlie Kirk is beyond the pale. And they create these imaginary things and then they fight these imaginary wars. Nobody in the Democratic Party wants to see these people killed. We oppose with everything in us the access to guns. When I saw the video, unfortunately, of Charlie Kirk getting shot, I thought about those kids in that Sandy Hook closet.
What
And
the
there was one
fuck?
kid that survived, and what that child saw with the blood. It's all of this shocks the conscience. This is not.
When I see Charlie Kirk, a Christian white nationalist, get his, I think of Sandy Hook children. Joribio, I see you. You deleted a bunch of messages from Riyadh, whoever. So I'm just gonna kick him. I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna kick him. Oh, I see what they're saying right now. I leave the judgment up to you. But they're spamming. That is annoying. All right.
This is not a civil society.
Dissent or concur? Debate what? First of all, you got to prove that you're black. We're going to do that. And two, debate what?
He was at a campus, on a school campus, and he was shot in cold blood. And to put the burden on the left for calling out what we see when you hear people talking about, even Charlie Kirk talking about stoning homosexuals, I'm always going to call that out. When I heard Charlie Kirk say that
the indigenous in the list, the 31-year-old child. Yep. Dissent or concur? You have one last chance to A, prove that you're black, and B, actually tell me what you want to debate before you get banned. Because now you're just spamming.
we have to have casualties to protect the Second Amendment. I disagree with that, and that's my right, and it's his right to have another position. But I fundamentally, with everything in me, do not believe that we should live in a society where an assassin can get up in a nest and shoot somebody and terrorize the American public. And I don't believe
somebody's doing a lot of fucking work there. And terrorizing the American public or terrorizing white nationalists?
Believe that this is responsible at all by Fox News for Jesse Waters to be.
Let's debate Charlie Kirk. Dissent or concur? I think you might want to sit down, buddy. We can't debate Charlie Kirk. The debate has been solved, motherfucker. The debate has been solved. What do you mean debate Charlie? I can't debate Charlie Kirk. You want me to fucking pull out the Ouija board? What's going on here? I'll show my face. The terror. Terrorizing us. I'm sorry, what was Charlie Kirk doing if not terrorizing us?
And shoot somebody and terrorize the American public. And I don't believe that this is responsible at all by Fox News for Jesse Waters to be using that type of aggressive language, because this is going to spawn more killings of people who have a different opinion than one another. You square it up in the vote.
Again, the way that these white people, white liberals, will diminish what Charlie Kirk has done his entire career, what it's based on, which is Christian white nationalism, as simply a differing of opinions. Oh, he just has a different opinion. Oh, he just has a different opinion. That's all it is. That's kind of fucking weird when you've been calling him a white nationalist, a fascist. Suddenly he just has a different opinion. Discontent or concur? Let's debate the subject of Charlie Kirk. What is the subject of Charlie Kirk? What do we disagree on? He's a Christian white nationalist. He would fucking own that. What is there to debate? What is there to debate? I'm not lying. I'm not putting words in his mouth. I'm not pulling, come on.
Voting box, you smack talk on podcasts, you smack talk on cable news. You don't take guns to kill people who disagree with you.
What have I been saying? It's all business. You trash talk on podcasts, it's all business. We're all here to make our money and go home to our families. Fuck the poor, fuck the black, fuck the brown, fuck the indigenous people. This is simply business.
Cable news, you don't take guns to kill people who disagree with you.
Very well.
Very well said. The fuck out of here.
That we should live in a society where an assassin can get up in a nest and shoot somebody and terrorize the American public.
It
and
is
I don't
kayfabe.
believe that this is responsible at all by Fox News for Jesse Waters to be using that type of aggressive language, because this is going to spawn more killings of people who have a different opinion than one another.
And you know what's frustrating? Even when we see reactionary violence towards marginalized people, they're not doing it because of a difference of opinion. They're doing it because you fucking exist. They don't care about your opinions. You think they go up to them and be like, oh, are you a comprador? Are you a fucking sellout? Are you willing to betray your own community? You think they do that? No, they're like, oh, you're not white. Oh, you're not straight. Boom. Man.
Square it up in the voting box. You smack talk on podcasts. You smack talk on cable news. You don't take guns to kill people who disagree with you.
Very well said.
What does that remind me of? Oh man, there's like a Portlandia. I consume white media. There's a like Portlandia clip or something that reminds me of the way she said, "Very well said." Oh man, I can't think of the skit. God damn it.
Thinking about when Trump made his statements, and I saw how Fox News.
Dissent or concur? Defend your worldview. Let's debate. Only one, my ego is way too high for you to ever fucking bother me. Two, look around my channel. I'm not wide enough to debate. It's like three. You're causing me so. My chat's already said ban this. We'll kick him out. We don't do this shit around here, right? To me, it's fucking amusing. It's funny, and I apologize to my chat that I'm easily entertained by idiots. But I cannot help but think of the Mortal Kombat theme song, like test your might, test your might. All right, I love that. I'm not gonna pull it up right now, but I love that track. So dissent or concur, that's how I'm hearing in my head. I'm like, defend your worldview. Let's debate. Dissent or concur. Okay, he went from being annoying antagonistic to try and be smooth and suave. We like that. Persuade me. Not hard. Woo! It's getting spicy. Muy caliente. All right. You got game. Bro, what are we doing over here? Jesus. Send me link. Bro, trying to fucking send location over here. Man, it's so good. Let's see here. We'll do that. Yeah. The moment you start talking about it's not hard or not hard, we're done.
News, Sean Hannity, Jesse Waters specifically, were spinning this. It took me back to the insurrection on January 6th. And throughout the course of that next year, Trump kept saying, the people are mad. People are angry after the election before January 6th. I'm sorry. Because they've been lied to. And I'm like, because they were lied to by you. You created the situation where they're angry. There was never a call. Stop the violence. We have got to stop political violence. And it continues that we have a situation where we are still stoking the flames of violence so that Trump can call Democrats the enemy from within. And this is war. It does, as much empathy as I have for Charlie Kirk and his family, I did not agree with him. But the way he talked about people dying, children dying, I understand why people do not have as much empathy, but we have to vote for empathy because we are a civilized society. How he responded to Paul Pelosi's attacks, how he responded to how the whole Republican Party reacted to a Minnesota senator laying in her bed with her husband and being shot. We cannot allow this, period, no matter what side you're on, left or right. And to stoke the fires in this is irresponsible, and it is going to have consequences. Political violence has to stop, and we have an administration that is stoking it.
They're engaging in political violence. They're engaging in it. This has like a, Palestine's colonization by the Zionist entity started on October 7th. That's the type of vibe this gives off. Did he 30 bill? Was it a leftist? Is that confirmed yet? My money's still on reactionary right winger. But yes, dissent or concur was too fucking thirsty. I was laughing with it until it got a little, maybe my mind's in the gutter, but I was like, yeah, I'm not engaging in that. But somebody checked out their channel and said they're like incel adjacent. That's hilarious. Look, and I'm being sincere. Y'all saw when FD Signifier jumped on, I had to like stop the stream and set up something else to get it through. I wouldn't even know how to bring him on. I haven't used Discord in like fucking 2 years. Like, and I don't care. The Soulless King, my money is on Mossad, but why? The Soulless King, did you miss the first part of the stream? But why would it be Mossad, bro? They get to do whatever the fuck they want anyways. He wasn't going to turn on them. Why? Somebody answer the why. And we got another one here.
This is horrific. This is awful. And the assassination of Charlie...
Oh, cielos!
This is horrific. This is awful. And the assassination of Charlie Kirk risks an uncorking of political chaos. Are we going to do something, or are we going to argue over rhetoric? That is my question about this. We have to pass gun safety legislation and stop this.
And remember, we're Americans, and you can disagree in a way that doesn't end in a horrible way today did.
Oh, but here's the thing. Charlie Kirk guarantees, through his propaganda, his connections, guarantees that the lives of innocent people end horribly. That's fine, though, because he does it in a legal way. We talked about this. We went over the pitfalls of liberalism, like Kwame Ture. That certain violence is normalized.
And it shouldn't matter what your political views are. You should be able to state in America whatever you feel.
A couple Republicans just came down these steps and said that it's Democrats' fault that it has happened. Your response to that?
I think on a day when this young man has lost his life and his family is grieving, to be talking about the politics of this is just so inappropriate.
I love when Democrats are forced to take the Republican shield. Can we just pray? Thoughts and prayers. Can we not make it about politics today? Can we not make it about the politics of a Christian white nationalist, please? The fuck out of here. Everyone in the chat, hit the like if you haven't already so that we don't turn this into politics.
We should all resist the temptation just to point fingers. That takes us nowhere. We should be rejecting gun violence and political violence in all of their forms, regardless of who the target is.
So heartbreaking. So fucking heartbreaking. There's another political Republican person that made me laugh, bro. What is her name, though? Shooting. Where is she, man? What was this racist lady's name? I think she's the one. Oh, there. Here we go. Here we go. Is this her? Yes, this is her. Awesome.
Doesn't mean you get just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot and killed.
But isn't there a problem with political violence across the?
All right. Why didn't I include Nancy May's whole thing? That was her name, Nancy May. Nancy Mace. All right.
Just because you
Which one is this one?
stated my
I can't hear shit on that one. Hold on.
And I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. They probably
The children.
all the kids of every conservative in the country called panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then, by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the 2 Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota?
Political.
Isn't this on both
Are you
sides?
kidding me?
No, I'm asking.
We
a
don't
serious
know what
question.
condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some
I mean, if you saw the video, you knew exactly what condition he was in.
raging leftist lunatic put a bullet through his
Don't know if it's a leftist. They tried doing the same shit with Trump. Was not part of the left.
neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
No, I'm asking
not
you.
at all.
You said the Democrats
this
have to own
is
it too.
on.
But I'm asking.
Democrats own this.
But isn't there a
own
problem
this.
with political violence across the spectrum?
Yeah, we're talking about Charlie Kirk right now. That's the subject of this that we're talking about right now. Democrats own this 100%. And I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today.
Love it. They're fucking shameless. He did. I mean, credit to the ginger guy over here. He spoke up. He spoke up. I actually don't know if he's ginger. I guess not. Maybe it's a little grain. Well, there's some Latinos who look just like that. You gotta be careful who you speak Spanish around. That's fucking hilarious. That is fucking hilarious. Let me That is too funny. Somebody asked if I was cool with FD or whatever. Let me post this and then I'll be right back.
Fully appreciate is
You're right
like
back,
online. I got in trouble last week. You be real. You must not have seen what happened last week. Last week I posted an article that I read. Like, I didn't read it closely. I didn't think too much about the reading.
Hold on,
right?
wait. We all do this.
We
We all do this. Go ahead. Yeah.
I posted an article, and this is my mistake, but this is kind of what I'm getting at. So, have you been paying attention to Ibrahim Traore?
Vaguely, but what was?
So even big deal, Sahel states, Pan African and stuff, whatever.
Right. Oh yeah, you did mention. Sorry, go ahead.
I mentioned him in the Hotep video.
Yeah.
So I mentioned him a couple times before because like
you mentioned it with PF Jung.
PF Young. Yeah. I didn't mention this situation though because
you referenced it. Yeah.
I referenced it. I mentioned him like in a good way, but in this article was drawing attention to like critiques of him that most of the critiques I wasn't really thinking too hard about. But the thing that's thrown me off is that he has been somebody, I don't know who, has launched a AI misinformation campaign in his favor, not against him, right? But in his favor. And I was like, and I think people, the real radical people that really do the work and ordinary whatever, they don't have my standpoint in terms of like, no, I don't think they don't understand this machine. And so I started messaging people like, have y'all seen this? And nobody really knew. And I wasn't locked in enough. And I should have just kept locking in, kept digging to find someone who knew what to do. But instead I posted this article and said, what do y'all think, audience? Yeah. And boy,
right.
And that was irresponsible. That was irresponsible of me, So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Thank you for that. Because I remember because I used to be a big fan of Diallo, Kenyatta. And then things got weird and I was like, But anyways, but he was having an interesting debate with, I'm blanking out on names right now, about that situation, whether or not, because it's essentially a top-down, movement. And was it a coup? What does it mean if it's technically like a military,
Occupation.
junta situation? All that.
Yeah.
So it is murky.
Yeah,
I
we were
think a lot of these,
again.
and I think we should move on from
Jesus.
this topic because I think we're both grossly undereducated.
We're both entering
Yeah.
in dangerous waters.
But what I will say is that I think a lot of us, especially on the left, still kind of perceive movements in the way that they were during the Cold War,
Mhm.
where lines were a little bit more,
Clear. Yeah.
clear. And I think how we're seeing
I see the
China
issue.
kind of still, do business with the Zion. So, and I get this every so often about Diallo and Walker, or zero PE. You don't mess with Diallo. No, I fucking man, like I was consuming so much of Diallo's solo streams. It was low key embarrassing, man. It was yeah, like definitely a stand right there. I just I know how difficult it is for me to work with others who I disagree with, and I know how much effort I put into making sure I always remain respectful and hear them out, actually listen to their criticisms of me especially. And I know how much work I put into that. So when I see people who are older than me, more knowledgeable than me, unwilling to do the same, repeatedly, not just like once, it happens to all of us, but repeatedly, I start losing respect for you, and I'm like, it just kind of turns me off to your character. Yeah. Smart as fuck, entertaining as hell. But at the end of the day, like if we're gonna separate ourselves from like white people who just be on here yapping away, not organizing, and we're gonna say like, yeah, we organize. I'm like, well, how do you? You're kind of showing me right now how you treat other people, and how you treat other people is so important to me. Yeah. Aline, CL. I mean, we were suspicious, and it's not like we're gonna turn our disavow now, but putting homophobic laws into place, that's a little bit more than critical support, right? Haratsu, yeah, I saw you mentioning FD earlier today. That's funny, Ace. The opposite. Haratsu, hold on. You better. Let's. All right, where were we? Where were we? There was. Oh, I just saw this right now. On the way of grabbing a snack. Fuck, and it disappears. No. I know how to look it up. We'll read this real quick. This is fucking hilarious. How are you gonna make me pay for this when it's in memoriam to a great political figure? Let me see here. Let me find it. It's not off topic. Gossipy. Not to get off topic, but CNN is reporting that the ATF found transgender and Antifa engravings on the gun the shooter used. I'm gonna hold off on that. I'm gonna wait. Yesterday was fun because it was kind of, I was streaming. I was intending to talk about breaking news. I usually don't like doing that. I'll leave that for opportunists like Hassan Piker. But yeah, I don't know if I'm buying that, to be honest. Haratsu, peace. Take care. Thank you for being here in the chat, staying active. Haratu was like, my hate for FD was recognized. I can leave now. Yeah, no, worst noob. I've loved your content so far. Thank you so much for that. Looking forward to long form scripted content if it's on its way. That won't happen until long form won't happen until I can afford some days off of work, put it that way. Because it just takes so long. It would have to take a lot of editing, a lot of work put in. Or having a full-time job would not be sustainable with doing long form content. I don't know how other people do it, but if y'all expect me to stream, do short form content, and then add long form content to it, that's not going to happen anytime soon, to be honest, with the way things are right now for me. But I appreciate that. It will happen down the road, but there's a couple of things I want to do in terms of the Chicano identity. All right, but Ezra Klein literally published today. The foundation of a free society is the ability to participate in politics without fear of violence. To lose that is to risk losing everything. This is why we say that like free speech is such a fucking like white petty like bourgeois bullshit. Man. That is wild. I could not sit through Chapo. Credit to you, Zero PE, but Chapo is one of those things that's just too white for me to deal with. Charlie Kirk and his family. Just everything. As a country, we came a step closer to losing everything too. I mean, homie speaking a little too soon, but all right. We've been edging closer for some time now. In 2020, a plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, was foiled by the FBI. I mean, who was going to carry that out? Who was going to carry that out? And we know the FBI's long history of essentially like enabling this to occur, from going simply into just dudes, white men, barking to the FBI, giving them the tools, the ability to actually carry out some of this stuff so they could pad their record. A mob stormed the Capitol in an effort to overturn the result of the election, and pipe bombs were found at the Democratic and the Republican National Committee headquarters. In 2022, a man broke into the home of Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House, at the time, intending to kidnap her. She was absent, but the intruder assaulted the 82-year-old husband, Paul, with a hammer, fracturing his skull. And what was the right reaction to that? To make up conspiracies about this being his lover, which is, I mean, it's fucking hilarious that their homophobia like is so easily weaponized, right? That they're like, oh no, they were lovers. I mean, you can say that about anything, I guess, in this case. Charlie Kirk's untimely demise, his former lover got upset that Charlie Kirk was unwilling to leave his wife and his 2 children behind. And he wanted to be in the splash zone for this Utah event. And Charlie said, no, it has to remain a secret. And, you know, scorn lover. That's what it was. You see how easy that is? It's not even fun. It's not even enjoyable. But that was their reaction to that. Let's see. In 2024, President Trump was nearly assassinated. That same year, Brian Thompson, the chief executive of United Healthcare, was murdered. Ezra Klein is a fucking. They don't make him like this anymore. They try, but they don't make him like this anymore. This is a real one. Ezra Klein is like pro-establishment through and through to the end. In 2025, Molotov cocktails were thrown into the home of Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania during Passover. Gasp. Totally not And we're talking about Mossad, right? Melissa Hartman, the former House Speaker of Minnesota, and her husband were murdered, and State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were severely injured by a gunman. And on Wednesday, Kirk, the founder of Turning Point USA, was gunned down during a speech at Utah Valley University. Notice how he doesn't like put up the scoreboard of what violence was conducted by the reactionary, rabid Republican supporters. Here he gives us permission to dislike a white nationalist, so that's cool. You can dislike much of what Kirk believed, and the following statement is still true. Kirk was participating in politics in exactly the right way. He was showing up to campuses and talking with anyone who would talk to him. He was one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion. Yeah. When the left thought its hold on the hearts and minds of college students was nearly absolute, Kirk showed up again and again to break it. Slowly, then all at once, he did. College-age voters shifted sharply right in the 2024 election. Yeah, I'm sure it had nothing to do with the fucking economy and all to do with Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA, not that Obama failed to deliver. Right. That was not all Kirk's doing, but he was central to laying the groundwork for it. I did not know Kirk, and I'm not the right person to eulogize him. But I envied what he built. A taste for disagreement is a virtue in a democracy. Disagreement, bro. Jabari, I Kate for FD2. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, you know, a lot of people from FDs made themselves known over here, so I appreciate that. Appreciate him willing to talk to me in our disagreements. But I do feel like his audience less inclined into the stream and more into the edited stuff, so I really do need to step up. Yeah, he envied Charlie Kirk's Klan rallies. That's dope. I envy what he built. A taste for disagreement is a virtue in a democracy. Liberalism could use more of his moxie and fearlessness. Okay. In the inaugural episode of his podcast, Governor Gavin Newsom of California hosted Kirk, admitting that his son was a huge fan. Yeah, that's unsurprising. That somebody that hates homeless people will raise a child that would be a fan of Charlie Kirk. What a testament of Kirk's project. No, what a fucking reflection of Newsom's parenting, you dumb fuck. That's reflecting Newsom's parenting and his reactionary tendencies at home and in office, not credit to Charlie Kirk. What the fuck? On social media, I've seen mostly decent reactions to Kirk's murder. There is grief and shock from both the left and the right. I've only seen one reaction from the left. But I've seen two forms of reactions that are misguided, however comprehensible, the rage or horror that provoked them. One is a move on the left to wrap Kirk's death around his views. After all, he defended the Second Amendment, even admitting it meant accepting innocent death. He wasn't so innocent, but okay. He was no angel, but okay. Another is on the right to turn his murder into a justification for an all-out war. A Rorschach fire for our time. Literally admitting that they're fucking Nazis, bro. You're literally admitting that they're fucking Nazis in your piece. Now, no mispronouncing Rorschach. I don't give a fuck, bro. I listened to Rammstein like anybody else and kept it moving. Oh my gosh. Matthew Iglesias, of course, being cited by Ezra Klein. This may be the incident that sparks it. This may not be the incident that sparks it, but they are chomping at the bit for an act of violence that will serve as a pretext for shutting down all opposition politics. And they're talking about a RICO case on the left. What As the list above reveals, there is no world in which political violence escalates but is contained just your foes. Even if that were possible, it would still be a world of horrors, a society that had collapsed into the most irreversible form of unfreedom. How's that for your McCarthyism fucking sloganeering? Unfreedom. Political violence is a virus. It is contagious. We have been through periods in this country when it was endemic. In the 1960s, there were the assassinations of John F. Kennedy, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., Robert F. Kennedy, and Medgar Evers. Excuse me. I hate the way these names are aligned together. In the 1970s, Governor George Wallace was shot by a would-be assassin but survived, and Gerald Ford faced 2 assassination attempts in 1 month. In 1981, Ronald Reagan survived after John Hinckley Jr.'s bullet ricocheted off his rib and punctured his lung. These assassins, would-be assassins, had different motives, different politics, and would-be assassins had different motives, different politics, and different levels of mental stability. When political violence became imaginable, either as a tool of politics or a ladder to fame, it begins to affect hosts hideously. I'm kind of over this fucking thing already. All right, cool, perfect. American politics has sides. There is no use pretending it doesn't. But both sides are meant to be on the same side of a larger project. We are all, or most of us anyway, trying to maintain the viability of the American experiment. He's like, settler colonialism all the way. Sure. We can live with losing an election because we believe in the promise of the next election. I mean, that promise, you're telling me, bro. You're telling me. You've been telling me that Donald Trump will not have another election. That's what liberals have been saying. So what the fuck is going on here? What do you mean the next election? You have told me time and time again that there won't be another election. So what's going on? I'm so confused. Are these fascists or are these not? We can live with losing an argument because we believe that there will be another argument. I mean, when the argument is whether white people have the right to live and exist, losing that argument seems pretty fucking important. And it looks like Charlie Kirk lost the argument. Because there's not going to be another argument for Charlie Kirk. Political violence imperils that. Kirk and I were on different sides of most political arguments. Most, motherfucker? What the fuck is happening here? Are all these white people just outing themselves? Most political arguments? Can you please, white fucking liberals, tell me what you agreed with Charlie Kirk with? What is the Venn diagram here? Show me a Venn diagram of this. What do you mean most? Kirk and I were on different sides of most political arguments. We were on the same side on the continued possibility of American politics. What? It is supposed to be an argument, not a war. It is supposed to be one with words, not ended with bullets. I wanted Kirk to be safe for his sake, but also want him to be safe for mine and for the sake of our larger shared project. The same is true for Shapiro, for Hoffman, for Hartman, for Thompson, for Trump, for Pelosi, for Whitmer. We are all safe, or none of us are. I want to make it very clear. Ezra Miller here is only talking about white people. He's only talking about white people. There is no way you write this. There's no way you end this if you're including black and brown people. There's just no possibility of doing that. Because we have never been safe here. And this is fucking sickening. Fucking wild. Fuck Ezra Miller. Fuck all these fucking liberals trying to make you feel sorry for Charlie Kirk. Fuck all these bastards. This was one of the most enjoyable streams. That was a lot of fun. I thank y'all for it. We're at about 420. Hey, if you partake, there you go. If you haven't already, hit the like on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't. I don't know why you wouldn't. I mean, after the performance I gave today. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for being patient with me while being a little bit under the weather. As John, excuse me, I was thinking about John Brown, man. I've been thinking about him a lot, actually. It's kind of funny. Oh, shoot. Listens to everything. As Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. And for me, yes, dude.